think we've sorted out the technical problems, so we're going to make a start. Apologies for starting a little bit later, but we want to just make sure we had the audio and the video working properly so that we can put the feed of today up on the web page. So I'm going to reopen this public inquiry on the 28th of February. This inquiry is in relation to the application by CWL Energy Limited for consent for the construction and operation of a 45 turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure at if you did the same. My name is Claire Milne, and I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the application and report my findings and recommendations to them. I held a pre-examination meeting, it was last February actually, over a year ago, on the 23rd of February 2022, in order to guide the procedures for this case, and I produced a detailed note of that meeting, an annex setting out what was agreed at the meeting. That's sessions were held in June and August last year, and a further policy hearing was held in January of this year. Now, objections were received from the Ministry of Defence regarding the Eskdalemuir seismic array, and it was decided that an inquiry would be held into this particular issue. So that's going to be the only topic for the inquiry taking place this week. It will be an oral session over 4 days. Now, I understand there are 4 witnesses for the applicant and 3 witnesses representing the Ministry of Defence. One thing I want to say to the witnesses at this early stage is that I have no scientific expertise on the topic of the seismic array. The main purpose of the inquiry is to help me understand the positions of each party and where there might be areas of dispute. I need your help in understanding this so I can convey it in my report and recommendations to ministers. Therefore, I expect we will touch on some complex matters, very technical issues, but if you could please take the time to explain things clearly and in a way that perhaps a layperson might understand. I'm really interested in the results and the outcomes of the analysis that's taken place so that I can reflect that in my report to the Minister. And if at any point, Mr. Hardy.
Yes, good morning. So David Hardy is you, no ma'am, so duly qualified as a barrister and a solicitor, but for present purposes I'm a partner in CMS. So to my left I've got Professor George Tuckwell, first of all, then Professor Peter Stiles, then Professor Colin Macbeth, and then Mr. Rhys Thompson, who is the fourth. Actually, it's Keith Campbell, who's and they're going to be called in that order.
Thank you. Ms. Crawford.
Good morning, Madam Reporter. Thank you. I don't think we've met. My name's Ruth Crawford. I'm a King's Counsel practising at the Scottish Bar, and I'm instructed by Morton Fraser and by the partner there, Douglas Milne. To my right is Dr. David Bowers, who will be the first witness for the Ministry of Defence, Mr. Laws, and finally Mr. Egan, who also are witnesses for the Ministry of Defence.
Thank you for the introduction. You'll be aware that this inquiry is being filmed and will then be webcast on our webcasting site. There is a note on the door just explaining how that all works, but just so you're aware, the video recording will be retained on the website after the application is determined, and by taking part you're agreeing to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings used for training purposes and for keeping historical records. Just to explain how to use the microphones, I did the wrong thing there. I should have switched my microphone off. What we'd like to do is switch the microphone on when you're speaking, but then please switch. It should be straightforward, but some people forget, and I might remind you, and I'll probably forget as well. So we just try and do our best with that. So the format of the inquiry, for those not familiar with the inquiry process, the normal sequence is as follows. So we start with the applicant's evidence, and the advocate then introduces their witness, who gives their evidence in chief. And this is drawn from their recognition in the relevant inquiry statement or report. The witness is then cross-examined by the opposing party, and the reporter may then ask questions also. Now, the witness can then be asked some further questions by their own advocate, referred to as re-examination. And once that's all concluded, we move on to the next witness. When the evidence is concluded after today and after on Friday, parties will have the opportunity to make a closing submission in writing. Now, we did talk about timescales for closing submissions, I think, very early on in the process. And the dates, I think we agreed previously, which I just want to check with you, was the 20th of March for the Ministry of Defence and the 27th of March for the applicant. Are there any problems with those dates?
No, thank you.
Okay, so those dates are agreed. So for inquiry sessions, precognitions are generally taken as read, and therefore it's not necessary for witnesses to read out the detail of their precognitions. But your advocate will obviously take you through your evidence in the evidence in chief. It is expected that cross-examination will focus on those matters that are in dispute, as I've previously said. And I may intervene if I consider that the questions or answers that are straying into matters that do not need to be included in my report. Now, there are a large number of documents and supplementary precognitions in this inquiry. I've been getting my head around all the additions that have been added to, and we've touched on a couple that have just come through in the last couple of days. But what I'm going to ask is you could please be clear when the advocates are asking questions of witnesses and introducing their witness, could they make it clear which documents they will be referring to? And I could make a note of that before we get involved in asking the witness some questions. I did produce an inquiry timetable, and that sets out the order in which then Professor Macbeth, then Professor Stiles, and then Mr. Thompson. And representing the Ministry of Defence, firstly we'll have Dr. Bowers, then Mr. Egan, then Mr. Laws.
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Okay.
Got around the wrong way, but that's fine.
I did in my email, I think that was sent out with the time, just indicate that we'll intend to follow that process. So the first 2 days we will cover the applicant's evidence, and the last 2 days we will cover the Ministry of Defence evidence. I'd like to get through this inquiry in 4 days. There is quite a lot to get through. There are quite a lot of witnesses. But I'd really ask your help to really kind of work through the timetable as best as we can. Ideally, what we want to do is finish witnesses' evidence on a particular day so we can start fresh with a new witness on the following day. Just some general information and housekeeping. So I anticipate starting each day at 9:30 a.m. after today and running till around 4:35 p.m. As I said, it will just depend how far we get through witnesses' evidence and where a natural break occurs. So could you all please be here at 9:15, getting ready to set up so we can start sharp on 9:30. Breaks in the presentation of evidence or subsequent questioning. All the relevant documents are available to view on the DPA website under the case reference WIN-170-2007. Just a wee note about phones and other communication devices. Can we all make sure we've switched our phones onto silence, please? And parties are also reminded that witnesses should not be included in any electronic communications while they are giving evidence. And just a final note on housekeeping matters. Hopefully you found the toilets and the fire escape. Fire escape is just on the doors to the left, straight out into the area out there. And the toilets are on the right-hand side. Okay, there's nothing more I need to say in terms of preliminary matters. Is there anything else anybody wants to raise at this stage?
Just one, and I hope this is helpful. There are a lot of documents, so I've got my witnesses to prepare a list of the key documents that we're going to go to, both in evidence in chief and I suspect in cross-examination. I've given a copy of that to the other side, so if I could hand that out. And just a couple of observations in relation to timetabling. There are a lot of technical terms, and take very much on board what you've said. So what I'm proposing to do with Professor Tuckwell is to introduce a number of those terms and to use him to explain those. So if, and the idea there is to be helpful to you and to the inquiry, to those people listening. So I'm going to take longer in evidence in chief with Professor Tuckwell, but I hope that that will save time overall. I certainly don't think there is a difficulty in finishing by Friday, and indeed, given there is always a law of diminishing returns, it may even be that we finish Thursday night. That would be my estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Ms. Crawford.
Madam Reporter, I have nothing preliminary. I do share, however, Mr. Hardy's hope that we could, with a fair wind, no pun intended, finish by Thursday afternoon.
Thank you for the list of documents. Could I just take a moment to get some of these documents
Yes.
loaded up? I've got some of them, but I'm going to add just a few
Absolutely,
extra
that
ones.
was the purpose,
We'll
just so people could have them in advance. Yeah.
Just take 5 minutes to just do that. Okay, I have most of the documents open now. Just on documents, before we start with the first witness, I understand an additional note was produced by Dr. Bowers. That came through a couple of days ago, and then the applicant responded to that, I think it was yesterday, with an additional note by Professor Tutwell as well. So I've got those now.
We'll come to what they mean in the evidence in chief. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hyde, did you want to?
Yes, thank you very much. Then to introduce you, Professor Tutwell, I'm going to do this from your original inquiry report. So you're Professor George Tutwell, you're a director of RSK Group Limited, and then lecturer in geophysics, Liverpool University, 1998 to 2000, lecturer in geophysics at Keele University, 2000-2003. You worked as a consultant in applied geophysics for engineering and construction projects for 19 years, providing expert advice to a range of clients, including the Environment Agency and HS2, specifically advising the latter of matters concerning seismic surface waves. Worked closely with the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organisation, the CTBTO, for for short, since 2005 on the deployment of geophysical technologies in the field, supporting the CTBTO in building its capability ahead of the treaty entering into force. Undertaken a number of research projects within RSK and a list of publications. Now, we're not going to read all of those, but I can see code of practice for ground investigation and reference for geophysical techniques and so on. And then your professional qualifications, BSc degree in geophysical sciences, PhD in geophysics. You're a fellow of the Geological Society of London, chartered geologist, chartered scientist, SCSCI, and then you're an honorary professor in engineering geophysics, Department of Civil Engineering, University of Birmingham. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Very much. In respect of the Foreside wind farm, you also tell us in Roman 4, under Section 1, that you've conducted a number of studies on behalf of the applicant, which included at that stage peer review of the Heriot-Watt report, which we'll come to, peer review of the second Heriot-Watt report, undertaking calculations to determine the consequences to vibration levels predicted at the array from the Heriot-Watt reports, and then you drafted the RSK report, April 22, background seismic noise at Estelmuir array. You also have produced supplementary documents, so there is your supplementary report, supplementary precognition. The list of documents then that we're going to go to in your evidence in chief we've handed out, and at each point we will then actually physically take out the documents, Professor Tuckwell. I think that's it by way of preliminary matters. Mum, I don't think there's any point in going to the precognition directly. What we're seeking to do is identify those topics which are going to be helpful to you. And there are 6 topics that I want to cover with Professor Tuckwell. Some of those are factual, but they just will set the scene. Others are more complicated. But I want to start with really factual background, which shouldn't take too long. So matter 1, Professor Tuckwell, is to describe the array and why that is important. And I want you to have one finger in section 3 of the Statement of Agreed Matters.
Certainly. So, Section 3 of the Statement of Agreed Matters describes the array quite well. That's useful text. The array has been operational since 1962. It's a seismological monitoring station. We'll talk more about what that is in detail as we go through. On the 6th of April 1998, the United Kingdom ratified the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, which prohibits nuclear explosions, including nuclear test explosions. The CTBT makes provisions for the International Monitoring System, the IMS, which comprises of 170 global seismological monitoring stations, is to support the verification of the compliance with the CTBT.
So immediately a couple of acronyms. So CTBT, that's Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, and then IMS, that's the International Monitoring System. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. So tell us a little bit more about the array.
So it comprises 20 individual seismic sensors. There's a diagram that illustrates the layout of those in the RSK report on background seismic noise.
Let's go there.
Which is CD 14064.
So CD 14064, yeah.
And it's figure 1 in that document.
Okay, let's just get there.
There are similar figures in other documents, you'll be aware.
Yep, got it.
So as you can see from the length of each arm is approximately 9 kilometres, to give you a sense of scale. There's a scale bar in the bottom left of that figure. One line runs roughly east-west. It's labelled the red line. It's coloured in red in this figure. The other is labelled the blue line, running roughly north-south. Each individual sensor is given a channel code, starting with either R or B, according to which line it is positioned on, and then a number which indicates whereabouts it is in that arm of the array. And you can see those codes labelled on the figure, should we need to
Now, there is a scale bar on there, Professor Tuckwell, but just in terms of physical extent, the length of the individual arms?
It's around 9 kilometres each arm.
Thank you. And just by way of, in one sentence, what's the purpose of the array?
So the purpose of the array is to detect seismic signals. It's ground vibrations caused by various sources, but specifically its purpose is to measure ground vibrations which are caused by underground nuclear explosions, and to be able to distinguish those, or as part of the IMS, to be able to distinguish those from natural seismic events.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move the discussion on to a little bit more detail then. So the second topic is how does the array work? What information does it gather?
So each sensor in the array is an individual seismometer. The data that's recorded on one of these sensors is in figure 2 of the RSK background seismic report. So just one page on from
that's page 3, yep.
From the array layout that we were just looking at. What figure 2 shows is what we call a time series plot, which simply means it's the response of the sensor as vibrations arrive with time. And you might have seen similar plots of voice recordings and these sorts of waveforms arriving at a microphone sensor. The seismic sensor is simply a sensor which measures vibrations arriving through the ground. And this is an example from one of the sensors on the array, the R10 sensor, and an event arriving. So about halfway through that plot, you can see that the waveforms increase in amplitude, and that's the arrival of some vibrations that have been caused by some event at some distance from the array.
Thank you very much. And I think in the text of that, by way of example, that traces about 10 minutes of, there's data for about 10 minutes, and then, as you mentioned, there's the higher amplitudes, which are coincident with the event about 8:35.
Yeah.
Okay. So a little bit more about the sensors. So in terms of sensitivity, tell us about that.
So these are very sensitive instruments. We will be talking about the amplitude of these waves arriving in terms of nanometers, or indeed fractions of a nanometer.
Okay, well, let's stop there. So as well as acronyms, so nanometer, tell us what a nanometer is.
So a nanometer is a billionth of a meter. To give a sense, a human hair is about 50,000 nanometers in diameter.
Okay.
And we are talking about displacements of the ground as vibrations arrive in the order of a fraction of a nanometer, say about a third of a nanometer, which is similar to the diameter of a water molecule. It's slightly larger than the diameter of a water molecule.
Right, so let's just stop there, because that's going to be hard to conceive for lots of people who don't work in your field. So a nanometer, a billionth of a meter.
Yep.
Human hair, I think you said 50,000. That figure you gave, yeah.
Yep.
And then you gave an analogy with, I think, a water molecule, yeah.
Yep. So in terms of a number that we will talk about a great deal, I imagine, which is 0.336 nanometers, is an important number in discussing the background noise at the array. So that scale of displacement is around 150,000 times less than the diameter of a human hair.
So in terms of a nanometer, can you help the reporter? What does that approximate to?
I'm sorry, what does what approximate to?
0.336, so in relation to...
0.336 nanometers, so it's about a third of a nanometer.
About a third of a nanometer.
Pardon me, I didn't give the units.
Thank you. And that figure, so that 0.336, what does that relate to?
So the 0.336 nanometer figure relates to the background noise which pre-existed the development of wind farms in the Estelmuir area. And we'll talk more about the definition of that, I think, as we go through. I won't attempt to do that now. And by extension, it defines also the noise that wind farms are permitted to, under the MOD algorithm, the wind farms are permitted to generate in addition to that background noise.
One of the terms that's referenced in a number of the reports is noise budget. So what is that, please?
So the noise budget refers to the amount of noise which wind farms are able to generate in terms of the noise that arrives at the array. So they will generate noise at the location of the wind turbine, but the noise that arrives at the array is summed from all of the wind turbines, so it's added together from all of the wind turbines which are proposed in the consultation area, and the noise budget is defined as this 0.336 nanometer value, which is the number arrived at, which can be tolerated by the array without detrimentally degrading its ability to detect seismic signals of interest from nuclear test explosion.
So budget, what you can have, if you to put it very crudely, what can be tolerated, or the amount of additional seismic noise can be tolerated that's being generated by wind turbines. Correct. Okay. Geometry then of the array. So we've got the two arms of the 10 sensors. What does that allow? Why are they set up like that?
So they allow the ability, a seismic event from some distance away will arrive at slightly different times at each one of the sensors in the array, depending on the direction from which that wave arriving. Ours in the 2010 AWE paper describes this quite. I beg your pardon, sorry, I've jumped ahead on my list of documents. It's in his 2022 precognition.
Okay, do you want to turn to that?
Section 2,
Section 2, yeah.
4.
So section 2, page 4, Dr. Bowers' recognition.
So there's a very as an array as opposed to as individual sensors. But in simple terms, what it allows the array to do is to adjust the signal that comes in from each one of the sensors of this wave that's arrived from some great distance away, and adjust them so that they all overlap. The way the noise, which is random on each one of the sensors, adds together is to diminish it. So it allows you to enhance the signal of interest whilst suppressing the noise that you're trying to distinguish it from. And the geometry of the array allows you to do that for any direction of arrival. Effectively, the two arms permit you to perform that analysis.
Do you want to go to that, and in particular to his paragraph 5, which is on page 1, which tells us a little bit about how many events have been detected. So tell the reporter a little bit about that. What are we talking about?
Can I just get the CD reference?
Yes, that's APP it's an applicant's document. It's 01016. It's a general question, really, at this stage, Professor Tuckwell. I mean, how busy is the array? What's been detected?
Yeah, so this particular paragraph indicates the number of presumed nuclear tests which have been detected since the array was commissioned or operational since 1962. So nearly 400 signals associated with nuclear explosions have been recorded since that time. And in figure 2 of that report is an example of a signal arriving from...
Now, in terms of distance, that's, again, for us non-scientists in the room, that's something of note. So is the array able to detect events from all around the world in terms of distance?
Yes, with the caveat that the further away it is, and to nuance that, precisely whereabouts it is on the globe determines the strength of the arrival as well as the size of the event itself. But yes, waves can travel from any one place to any other one place.
3 then. How does the array need to be protected? And entailed in that will be a discussion of what the SGB noise thresholds are and why, and what the factors are to determine those. So to unpack that, I want to look at size
Vibrations which the array is detecting which aren't of interest to us. So they're if you like, the background vibrations caused by, whatever the source, be it local or distant, that have generated ground vibrations that have found their way to the array. And they are distinct then from the waves of interest to the array, which are those from distant side. That is a good question. Probably signal of interest would be the best thing. It might vary by context, but I expect that'll work in most circumstances, and I'll try and use it consistently. If I don't, please.
Is there a need to discern those above the background of other seismic noise, so the things which are not of interest or of lesser interest?
Yes, absolutely. That is the purpose of the array. The array can only detect signals which are larger than the background noise, otherwise they're lost amongst it. So the importance of protecting the array is to make so that the signals of interest that used to be detectable and now become undetectable because they're lost amongst that noise.
Okay, so let's look at, so you've got signals of interest. So the things which are of less interest or no interest, the ambient background level of that noise, what sort of events cause those?
Anything and everything, which I know is unhelpful, so let me try and unpack that a little bit. The ambient levels of seismic vibrations are present everywhere. If we had a seismometer set up in this room, we would pick up all the activity of people shuffling in their seats, of the wind, not that it's so windy today, hitting the side of the building. If the wind was rattling the marquee outside, then the vibrations from that would come through the ground. So human activity, the act of weather interacting with the surface topography or trees or buildings or other structures, all will generate vibrations which will enter the ground, and then they will propagate away in all directions. And this happens everywhere. So anywhere you're listening, you will hear vibrations from a number of sources, and we would collectively term those. They would appear random because they're many and various and spread out. So they arrive and they look like random noise. So white noise, if you imagine, as an audio signal. So they're generated by any one of a number of sources of that type. Of particular interest to us, I think, will be the noise generated, topography, buildings, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to get a little bit more technical. So background noise at the array has been the source of a lot of academic interest. And the first of the principal...
Before Mr. Hardy continues, Madam Reporter, there's one matter from my part which I would just like to raise. I'm not making an objection. It's really a comment or an observation. Obviously, Professor Tuckwell's evidence is very helpful to you to understand the technical science, but I can't help but observe that Professor Tuckwell does appear to have notes from which he's reading rather than directing you, Madam Reporter, to particular parts in the evidence. As I say, I don't wish to stop the examination of Professor Tuckwell, but it may be of some moment later on.
Mr. Hardy, are you taking Professor Tutwell through elements of his recognition? You are. It might be helpful then if you could just highlight, which are you jumping around, or are you following a sequence of questions?
So we're going to go to the first of those reports is the Styles 2005 report. So that's CD 14002.
Yep. So in this document, first page 81.
So page 81. This is in the series of questions which are asked in bold, and then to which the author, who's going to be giving evidence, of course, later on, responds. So page 81. Yep.
Yep. So the figure on that page is a histogram of which represents the frequency, or the effectively the prevalence of particular background noise levels over a period of time. So the various noise displacement levels in nanometers is the horizontal axis, and then the number of times those noise levels are present within the time period that this data set represents is indicated by the height of the bars in that plot. So the things to highlight here are the range of levels of background noise which are present. So there's a spread of noise levels present. It's not one noise level all the time, but there is a peak, and there is a statistical, distribution, you would call it, of noise levels represented by that graph, which allows you to pick out the median average level of noise, and you can see in the first paragraph on that page.
Yeah, so let's just read that. So the question that's posed, and these the questions are in sequence, and they build as they go on. But we get to question 9 of data from Estelmuir over a much longer time period for noisy conditions is given the following histogram. So the median level of the noise at 0.336 nanometers. This has been taken as the noise budget, which will be permitted for aggregate wind farm noise for the region centred on Estelmuir. So that's the explanation. And we can see that figure, and you've explained a little bit about
it. Is when you seek to measure it, this is one way of looking at it, and this is what it looks like.
Okay, I want to go to a second report, and that is the report of Elliott et al. That's of 2004. That is on the list of documents. That's CD 14070. And I'd like to go to page 25. If we may. So it's 25 of 64, so that's noise displacement against wind speed. So tell us about that. What's this report doing, and what does that particular graph show us?
So this report looks to analyse the levels of background noise associated with different wind conditions. This particular graph on figure 32 on this page plots the wind speed along the x-axis, and again our noise displacement in nanometers on the vertical axis. And from this we can see, again, at any particular wind speed, a range of noise levels are present. But in general terms, you can see an increase in the noise levels present with an increase in wind speed. And the confidence with which we can determine that relationship to wind speed is indicated. It's a little faint and subtle on the graph, but you'll see a straight line drawn broadly through the middle of the data set, sloping upwards towards the right, and there are dashed lines either side of that, which indicate the confidence with which that regression line.
Okay. I want to just compare that for a moment with something that was produced by Dr. Bowers, and if we could go to CD 14012, so that's Dr. Bowers' 2013 initial study of seismic ground vibration data report, and in particular page 22. If my notes are right, it is figure 7.
It's figure 7 on that page.
At the top, yep. So what does that? What is that? It's slightly different format, but what does that show?
It's a slightly different format, but it's a similar plot to the one we saw in the Elliott et al. Document just before displacement measured. This is a slightly larger data set. It's a different data set to the one we saw a moment ago, but it's an equivalent plot. It's just a different set of data with more points in it. Again, there's a regression line that has been plotted through that data set, which shows that the data set has a relationship with, so that's the black line that slopes upwards to the right on the diagram. The other line that's plotted, the horizontal red line, represents the threshold of 0.336 nanometers. And the intersection of those two lines indicates the wind speed at which the data cloud intersects that threshold, which is at 6 meters.
4 hertz passband. We'll come back to that. But with wind speed at a height of 50 meters, so we've got that, and then you've just mentioned wind speed across the bottom. So wind speed measured at 50 meters, and then if you measure upwards from 6, you get to that intersection between the black and red line. So what's the significance of that?
So the significance of that, and if we turn to the previous page, there's actually a conclusion drawn directly from that graph in this document. The bottom half of the first paragraph in section 4.4.
Yep.
Figure 7 gives the results of a much more detailed study by AWE. That's more detailed than the previous study we saw. Of 7 months of data, and shows that the threshold of 0.336 nanometers corresponds to a wind speed at 50 meters height of around 6 meters per second at SW, or EKA is the SW array.
Thank you. So we can probably put that away for the moment. RSK report then next. I think that's 14064. Professor Tuckwell. And I'm interested in pages 8 and 9 of that report. I think there's some figures there, figures 6, 7 and 8. Have you got those?
I have them.
Yeah, can you just explain then what they are?
So this is, again, data set treated in an equivalent way to the plots that we have just seen. So it's wind speed along the horizontal axis. It's the noise displacement on the y-axis. There's a cloud of data. There's a data set there, which again has a clear relationship in each case with wind speed. And for reference, in each one of these plots also there's the red horizontal line, which indicates that the 0.336 value, which is helpful because I realise that the way this is printed out, the numbers on the axes are quite small. So hopefully that red line gives you an anchor that you can use. So.
Thank you. So let's just draw back a little bit from the from plots and graphs. just a bit of this discussion. So a significant increase in seismic background noise in the vicinity of the array would do what?
So, as we discussed, we need to be able to distinguish the signals of interest from this background noise. So a significant increase in this background noise would make that more difficult, and would ultimately degrade the ability of the array to do its job.
Okay. So we're here looking, of course, at a wind farm, so a number of wind turbines. How does that fit into the picture? What do wind turbines do?
So we know that wind turbines generate ground vibrations. They do this in a number of ways, and I won't I'll mention it because there's a lot of useful information there. I don't tend to go to the document now, but the Styles 2005 report that we have already looked at, and other documents in the pack explain the mechanisms of that in some detail. We can touch on those if needed at a later point. But wind turbines are known to generate ground vibrations, and so therefore clearly if there's too much ground vibration generated by wind turbines, because the array is compromised and it isn't able to detect the signals it wants to.
Okay, so we've got vibrations travelling through the ground away from turbines. In the documents there are a number of seismic waves, so types of wave. Can you just explain what the main types? I think there are 4 main types of those are.
There are 4 main virtual waves that travel through the volume of rock, indeed the volume of the earth. They'll travel off in all directions. So from wherever you create them, they'll move away. The front of that wave, the extent of it will propagate away as a spherical shape. That'll vary as it encounters different rocks with different velocities, but broadly speaking, it'll go away as a bubble from the wave. The first is what we call a pressure wave. It'll be referred to in some of the documents as a P wave, which is just the short version for it. Sound is an example of a pressure wave. So it's quite a simple forward and backward motion of the wave in the direction that it propagates. So the particles will move like this as the wave moves, often shortened to an S wave. It's the same thing. That's distinguished by the motion of the ground being from side to side as the wave propagates. So if the wave is propagating away from me, then the ground moves sideways or up and down, but not in the direction where the wave travels. It's from side to side. So if you ever had a slinky spring toy, you can make these shapes fairly easily. To try and sort of illustrate, so let me move to the other 2 types of wave, and then I'll refer to a figure which hopefully demystifies them a little more. The other 2 wave types are called surface waves, and they're referred to as that because they're constrained to propagate at and near to the surface. So they don't go through the body of the ground like body waves do. They're effectively trapped at the surface. That's because of their nature. And there are 2 types, Rayleigh waves and Love waves. The particle motions for each of them is again slightly different. So for the Love wave, the largest displacement is near the surface, and it moves from side to side. And as you look at how much the ground moves, the deeper you go, the less motion there is. So effectively at some depth the wave doesn't exist anymore. So it moves a lot at the surface from side to side as it propagates away from you, and it's effectively trapped at the surface, and at some depth the displacement is zero. The other wave type is the Rayleigh wave. Here the motion is a little bit more complicated, but it's in the direction of travel. Let me just refer you to this point to figure 3 in my inquiry report. I'm stuck in CTBT this week. My inquiry report on page 5.
I think that's APP 1002. 2. So that's an applicant's document. Yep.
And what this figure aims to do is to illustrate the ground motion related, generated some seismic waves, and they're propagating off, we can see to the right, the colour coding here, depending on how good your printer is, might be a little bit subtle, but the greener colours, the brighter colours are where the particles are moving the most, and as you look down the cross-section at greater depths, they're moving less. So you can see that these waves are travelling along the surface. And in the little inset in the bottom right of that figure, it indicates the nature of the motion, and it's effectively a sort of an elliptical motion, which is the ellipse is aligned with the direction of propagation, and the particles are sort of moving like this, so that the ground is moving like this as the wave propagates away.
So in terms of Rayleigh waves and whether or not they're important, I want to look at the Professor Stiles report again. So I want to go back to CD 14002. I think it's page 67.
So part of the work that was done and is reported in this document was to try and understand what the nature of the waves propagating away from wind turbines were. And the last paragraph on this page is away from wind turbines propagate through the ground as Rayleigh waves. So this tells us that the waves that we should be interested in are this particular source of surface wave. And so those are the waves that we need to understand in terms of their impact, or their generation by wind farms and their impact on the array.
Okay. So noise budget, you've defined, and that's the allowable increase, you tell us, in seismic noise at the sensor due to wind farm developments that isn't going to unduly compromise the efficacy of the array. I want to look at how that budget was developed. Now, Professor Stiles, I'm going to be giving evidence on this, but just to introduce this topic, his inquiry report, which I think is APP 01003, and it's section 5. And just by way of introduction, the sort of factors that determined the definition of that budget, please. If you could just
Inquiry report. He said, as you say, he sets out the thresholds that are acceptable for permitted vibration at Estelmuir and how they were arrived at in terms of defining the noise budget. In simple terms, the amount of existing background noise, the array can tolerate the same amount of noise again generated by wind turbines, and that effectively defines the allowable budget. And in paragraph 5.4, which is on page 24, the specific number of 0.336 nanometers is explained in terms of the work that Professor Stiles had done at that time with Dr. Bowers.
So a couple of follow-on questions from that. What were there particular conditions, so in terms of wind on a day, were there particular conditions that were assumed?
So it's described as a windy day. The particular conditions, I think, are referred to by Dr. Bowers in his email to Professor Stiles, which, if I can recall the document number, it's applicant document 014. So the windy days are referred to. The document. 14. Well,
You said 4. I think you mean 14.
Yes, I think I said 1-4, but the one might have been lost.
Very good. All right. Well, as long as we're there.
So
1-4.
for that.
So just tell us what that is. That's the email correspondence between Professor Stars and the MOD. That's from 2005.
That's right. Yeah. So there's a data set referred to from which the 0.336 nanometers is derived from, and it's in the third paragraph of the email. So the windy period is in this email defined as greater than 5 meters per second wind speed.
Okay. And in terms of frequency, so just unpack that a little bit. We'll come back to that. But so you see various frequencies, 1.545, whatever it is. So just tell the reporter why that's important.
So the vibrations are present from lots of sources, as we've already discussed, but the frequency of waves which arrive is also very broad. So depending on the origin of them, you might have you've got a range of very low frequency waves to very high frequency waves, much as if you're in a noisy room, there's a range of noise frequencies that you would hear. So in order to take a measurement of the amount of background noise there is, you need to define the frequency range that you're interested in. So is it between a certain number of hertz and a certain other number of hertz? And so that's where this comes in. The specific frequency range here is referenced as between 1.5 and 4.5 hertz. So what that means is that the waves that arrive that are at frequencies outside of that range are ignored, and the ones that are within that range are looked at, and the noise that they represent is summed together and calculated. And
so in terms of the assumptions in that document, so background seismic noise presence that between frequencies of 1.5 and 4.5 hertz for windy days, and that being defined in that particular email as greater than 5 meters per second wind speed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So just conceptualizing that, so vibration from wind turbines arriving at the array, how is there another way of capturing that, of conceptualizing that the reporter can see?
Yeah. So you have you're having waves being generated at a particular location. They've got the waves need to travel through in order to arrive at the place where they would potentially have that impact. So you can imagine a source pathway receptor type model for these seismic waves in the way that you might with other environmental impacts. I try and illustrate this in my inquiry report in Figure 4.
Yep, so that's back to ADIC there.
So that's on page 6.
Page 6, Figure 4, schematic representation of the generation of ground vibrations by wind turbines. So that's quite a simplified schematic. You just tell us what that is?
Yeah, so very simply this. So you have the source of the vibrations which are of concern to us, which are the wind turbines on the left-hand side of that figure. The vibrations they cause have got to travel through the ground, and that is the pathway section which they follow, and then the receptor is the Estel-Muir array. And it's useful, I find it useful to look at it in these ways, because it in some way mirrors the calculations which are done in order to work out what the impact on the ray is in terms of vibrations arriving. So the source term seeks to capture a way of enumerating the amplitude of vibrations which are generated by a wind turbine. The pathway part of the algorithm seeks to capture effectively what happens to the amplitude of these waves as they travel through the ground, and then there's a term which indicates the sensitivity of the array to certain frequencies of wave as they arrive.
All right, well, we're moving away from that fairly simplistic schematic then into discussion about the algorithm. which you've just mentioned,
Yeah.
I think, for the first time. So tell us about the algorithm. What is that doing in relation to the noise from the seismic waves generated from the turbines?
Yeah. So I'm going to try and capture this in other diagrams later on in the same report. In effect, if we take the source term first, which I discussed in section 3, I'll try and capture in figure 5.
Well, before we even get there, let's just look at where does the algorithm come from? Where was it first developed, and where are we with it?
So the approach was first developed by Professor Stiles, and you can see it evidenced in that 2005 report. If you want to turn to the specific location or a specific location to illustrate this, then page 86 of that report.
So that's CD 14002. So that's Professor Stiles' report, the 2005 report. We've already had that open. Yeah.
Page 86.
So you can see again we're in the question and answer section, and question 12, page 85, what is a realistic production level which is not exceeded too often? And then over the page 86, prediction of the levels of vibrations which may be generated by single and multiple wind farms around Estelle and Muir. And then we've got some parameters at the bottom. So do you want to just explain anything more about that, or is that?
We will see these parameters again later on. I think it's probably the point to pick out. So what this and maybe it'd be better to try and explain these as we go along through the elements of the algorithm. But the origin of the algorithm is here. It was developed in this form with the work that Professor Stiles did at this time. That's documented in this report. It subsequently has been refined, and we'll perhaps look at
refined by who?
By Xi Engineering, and which built on the work that Dr. Bowers did. So the relevant documents there. Not that I intend to go to a particular page at this point. Is the AWE 2013.
The 2014 Xi report.
Okay. 2014 Xi report.
All right. Let's go back to then. I'm just unpacking the algorithm. So source term was where you were going next, I think, Professor.
So the source term seeks to calculate effectively the amount of vibration that goes into the ground at the point of a wind turbine, and it seeks to capture, based on an understanding of how wind turbines generate vibrations, which they do either by the whole structure itself swaying, or by the interaction of the turbine blades passing the tower. So there's I guess a number of modes of vibration or sources of vibration associated with the wind turbine structure in operation as the wind interacts with it, and then these enter the ground through the wind turbine into its foundations and into the ground, and then those vibrations propagate away as we've discussed. So the source term seeks to calculate what those vibrations look like in terms of what amplitude of vibration is present for what frequency of wave, and that's the source term which the Xi 2014 document describes in some detail, and I've included
004, and in particular page 78 I'm interested in. It's a series of equations there.
Yes.
So you've got Professor Stiles, we've got that as the origination of the algorithm. Then we're now looking at the Xi report. You've told us that's modification. What does the Xi report here tell us?
So what the Xi report here does is to create a mathematical model based on the physics, the understanding of the physics of what wind turbines do when they're generating vibrations, and to capture those in equations which can be used to, if you like, plug in the vibrations at the beginning of this algorithm.
Okay. So that's source term.
That's the source term.
Okay. What's the other, or one of the other integers then? So the propagation term. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the propagation term then calculates effectively what happens to the amplitude of these waves as they propagate through the ground. So they've got to travel from the wind turbine to the array in order to cause any impact at all. And in doing that, they're modified by the ground. And there's two, their amplitude decreases. So then this is termed geometric spreading, and there's a term in the equations in the algorithm which capture this. It's a fairly simple mathematical relationship of the amplitude to the distance. And you can imagine ripples on a pond getting smaller as they move away.
It might be helpful
from
just
the stone.
You've got some useful diagrams again in your inquiry report. So another one of those, if we may, page 9 of your inquiry report. So that's at 01002. Page 9, you can see figure 6. So that's billed as a schematic representation of the reduction in amplitude of seismic waves as they travel along the pathway from the turbines to the array. Do you want to add anything else?
So there's two things that happen to the wave. One is they get smaller as they spread out, and that's the geometric spreading term. And then the other thing is that they lose energy as they travel through the ground. So the ground is a complicated thing. It's not a perfectly mathematical, elastic thing that waves can travel through without anything happening to them. So energy is lost. Energy is absorbed by the rocks because they don't return all of the energy that each wave puts in, and waves are scattered as they encounter changes in topography or changes in geological materials. Mm-hmm. And so all of these add together for a little bit of the energy to be lost for each of the wave cycle as the wave propagates through the ground.
You referenced sort of ripples in a pond. So just for us non-scientists, tell us or explain, if you can, what happens as the circle gets larger.
So as so if we ignore the fact that it loses energy through absorption and scattering for now, so the energy stays the same as the wave propagates out, but it's spread out over a much larger area. So the further it spreads out, the smaller the amplitude of the wave at any particular point is. And so this geometric spreading gives a fairly simple relationship between the amplitude and the distance, and that's the geometric spreading.
Okay, so that's geometric spreading. Is there another mechanism by which amplitude of the waves decreases?
Yeah, so the other mechanism that I mentioned is the loss of energy of the wave because the energy's been diverted elsewhere. It's an imperfect, not 100% efficient system of getting the wave energy from one place to another place. And this is captured by a particular parameter Q, which is related to the rock quality, and we'll talk more about Q. It's also related to the velocity that the wave travels through the ground. So,
can I just ask what effect, if any, or what interest is what's above ground? So, in terms of topography, hills, valleys, mountains. We're in Scotland.
So. One of the ways that energy can be lost is as the waves interact with the topography, hills and valleys and so forth, that some of that might cause the waves to be scattered, to be modified, to lose their energy.
Okay, so just to introduce that term Q, so you've explained that's to do with attenuation of the Rayleigh wave.
It's a measure of the amount of energy that the wave loses each wave cycle. So just imagine a wave being sort of one wobble, if you like. So each one of those wave cycles, it'll lose a certain fraction of its energy through these various ways that the ground is imperfect. And Q really is a measure of that fraction. So the energy lost is, relates to, it's actually 1 divided by Q, which means that the higher Q is, the less energy is lost.
Okay, so just standing back a little bit from the detail in terms of higher or lower values then. So the greater the value of Q, what does that mean?
So the greater the value of Q, the more efficient the ground is effectively at propagating waves through. So a high value of Q, the wave will lose less energy and the amplitudes that arrive will be higher than if you had a lower value of Q, more energy would be absorbed and the amplitudes would decrease more quickly with distance.
So in terms of wind turbines then, higher or lower values of Q, what does that mean?
So the wind turbine is a certain distance away from the array, and so this parameter Q determines how much for each wave cycle the energy is lost between the source and the array. So the lower the value of Q, more energy is lost, and the lower the amplitudes of the waves will be when they arrive at the array.
Okay. Another integer was V that you mentioned, so just tell us what V is.
So V is the velocity at which the waves travel, and it's related for our interest to Q is because if the velocity is higher, then effectively the waves will arrive at the array having had fewer cycles because it's got there quicker. And because it's had fewer cycles, it's lost less energy because it loses a certain amount each cycle.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to come back to some of those key parameters in a moment, but just for present purposes, we had our fingers in Professor Stiles' report, and we were looking on page 86, where you will see the parameters. So the parameters used in Professor Stiles' model are as follows, and represent the best estimates of the appropriate values. And you can see there F being 4.5 hertz, the frequency, the midpoint of the passband, but then Q equals 50, so determined by Professor Macbeth and Burton for southern Scotland, Bowers for Eskdale-Muir. Then third arrow ahead, velocity equals 2,000 from Eskdale-Muir, and we've got noise budget, but I'm particularly interested in Q and V. Just in terms of measurement, so velocity is 2,000. What's that? 2,000 what?
That's 2,000 metres per second. So in 1 second, the wave will travel 2 kilometres.
Okay. So those were the parameters adopted by Professor Stiles. What did you said there were, and that was modified? And we've looked at, we've opened the. I mentioned the Xi report. What did Xi do with those parameters? So the parameters from page 86 of the Stiles report. What happened there?
So those parameters were used by Xi in their 2014 work. So they were used without modification.
Mm-hmm. And then the origin, and we'll come to this when we get evidence from Professor Macbeth. Professor Stiles tells us that value of Q equaling 50 was derived from the sources there on that second arrowhead.
Yes. So the Macbeth and Burton papers, 1986 and 1987, respectively give the velocity and the value of Q. So the value of Q particularly came from the 1987 paper, which is in the pack. Yeah,
so you've got, 86, there's two, I think, aren't there? Beth and 86 and 87, you've got Q equals 50, then Professor Stiles looks at that, and then Xi adopt them. So that's the chain, if you like, as you go. All right. I think the last integer we just need to look at very quickly is receptor. What's that?
So a schematic figure in my inquiry report, page 12, which takes a figure, it reproduces a figure from the AWE 2013 document where the...
So that's page 12, your inquiry report. It's under IP5, impact of the array. Yeah, and we see the term receptor.
Yeah. And there's a graph here which illustrates that again with the numbers really rather small. But the peak of that peak of those lines is around the sort of 5 hertz, 5 hertz mark, which reflects the focus on that particular frequency range in some of the original work that Stiles did. But it also illustrates that the array is sensitive, of course, to frequencies either side of that. But the further you go either side, the less sensitive it is. There's a nuance to this, which is this curve relates to waves from a particular distance away, and at different distances these curves will look slightly different. But it's to illustrate the point really that the array is sensitive to particular range frequency.
Okay, so that was just to introduce that term receptor. So I want to move on to fourth point, getting there, Professor Tuckwell, and that's really about the details of the current protection formulation, or the algorithm, and then to look at how you say refined values can be included in the calculation. So where we've got to, key parameters, 2014 algorithm, Q and V. I think it's helpful if we stay on your inquiry report at page 12, and we can see paragraph 4.21, where you can see the paragraph heading starting the consequence of entering these updated values. Do you see that?
Yes. Updated refined parameters are available to plug those in, and then recalculate then the cumulative effects of wind turbines in the planning queue to their impact on the array, and understand then the number that's produced in relation to the noise budget, which has been defined. And to illustrate that, I use the values which no doubt we will go on to discuss, that the Heriot-Watt report concluded, and put those numbers in and illustrated in Appendix A of that report the consequence then for the vibration amplitudes, and therefore the cumulative vibration noise expected from the planning queue as we had it at that point.
Right, so you put those updated values into the 2014 algorithm, and that's what you are explaining what you have done in 421. There's also, I think, Appendix A to your report, which is on page 18, which is, so under A1, the calculated effective values of Q and V on the noise levels predicted at the array from planned wind turbines. I don't propose to take you through that at the moment, unless there's anything you want to particularly raise.
Not that I would point out at this stage, just really just setting out the calculation that I described in very simple terms a moment ago.
Okay. Another term we just need to look at is passband. What's that?
So we've already spoken about frequency range, and we've talked about some of the measurements of background, the ones that you're interested in and you take the values on. So what we mean by the passband is that range of frequencies. That's the term we're using for the frequency range that we are interested in.
And in relation to or the width of that passband, tell us what impact that has if you look at.
So the passband is defined for is defined as a particular range in relation to, or a particular passband is used, I should say, in defining the background noise. So it is 1.5 to 4.5 hertz used to derive the 0.336 nanometer background noise level, which then by extension defines the noise budget, which is the same again. So it's important because it appears in the algorithm. If we're going to compare like with like, then that passband should be the same. So the frequencies that go into the ground should be the same ones that arrive at the consider to arrive at the array.
So just in simple terms, wider the passband, you have more or less vibration power that's being considered.
Absolutely.
All right. In terms of use of the passband by Dr. Bowers in his documents, there's an inquiry report reference if you want to go to, but just tell us in general terms about how Dr. Bowers has used passband.
So yes, so it's used in a number of places. Dr. Bowers in his inquiry report illustrates the impact of the calculation on the source term. And there's a figure there that might be useful.
Do you want to just turn that up?
To look at. So
it's inquiry report, Dr. Bowers. Is it page 3 and 4?
So on page 3, you see section 4, a discussion of the passband, and figure 1, which is just at the top of the next page on page 4, illustrates this. So there's 2 plots here. The left-hand plot is the predicted SGV power spectral density. We haven't looked at a plot of this type yet, but what this is effectively showing is the vertical axis is the amount of energy present, and the horizontal axis, the x-axis, is the range of frequencies. So we've got frequency along the bottom, and then the if you like, the power of the waves at those present at those frequencies. So the higher the peaks there, the more energy there is present at those waves, and this is the predicted waves at various frequencies at the array that would arrive at the array from a single typical turbine in the four-side development.
Thank you very much. Now, wind speed, in terms of the relationship between that and the background noise threshold of 0.336 nanometers, what's the relationship?
So the wind speed, as we've seen, relates to the amount of background noise which is present. So the higher the wind speed, the more background noise there is, whether there's wind turbines there or not is seen in the data sets which predate the development of wind turbines in the region. So if you consider a different wind speed, then the amount of background noise present at that wind speed on average will be different. The higher the wind speed, the more background noise there will be. The wind speed is also an important parameter in the source term in defining the amount of energy which goes into the ground from the wind turbine. So the windier it is, the greater the amplitude of the vibrations which are caused by the wind turbine as it interacts with the wind and propagates those vibrations into the ground. So again, it's important that we're comparing and the wind speed we're using to understand the background noise at the array, and therefore the reference point for cycle phase arriving from wind farms is the same wind speed that we're using to generate or to calculate the amount of vibration that the wind farm is generating. And if they're different, again, we're not comparing like with like.
The phrase apples with apples.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. If you change the value of wind speed, what does that do in relation to change in vibration amplitude?
So in terms of the vibration amplitude, so the power of the energy, so there's 2 measures of I guess the vibration. One is the power of the vibration, one is the actual amplitude of the waves. So the amplitude is the square root of the power. That's the power changes with the cube of wind speed. So if you double the wind speed, then you get 8 times more vibration power. And then to look at that in terms of amplitude, you take the square root of
that. Is getting very mathematical. Let's just
it does, but
let's just take it a bit slower. Let's just unpack that a little bit more. So, the power of vibration generated by the
greater the wind speed, the more power, but it is not a linear relationship. So, if you have twice as much wind speed, then you have 8 times. 8 times as much power than it needs to go.
last thing in this topic, so utilisation factor. What is that? Why is it important?
So the utilisation factor is a parameter in the algorithm which effectively defines the fraction of wind turbines that are operating at full power 80% of the time. So your algorithm notionally allows that 20% of the time the wind farms are operating at a capacity greater than the array would like. And Professor Stiles will talk much more about this parameter and how it's arrived at. Mm-hmm. Suffice to say, at this point, in the algorithm, it's set at 1, which means that all of the wind turbines present are all operating at full power.
Right, that's the assumption. Okay, point 5 then, in terms of the protection then of the array. So the question is, can the array remain protected if those in the algorithm can be revised?
Yes, it is, and I think that's reflected in a number of the documents. Mr. Egan and his supplementary precognition.
Do you want to turn to that? So that's Mr. Egan's supplementary precognition. Yeah. Particular reference. Paragraph 5.1. Paragraph 5.1, I think. Page 4. Yeah.
Page 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no argument for operating an algorithm using disproven scientific values once work to update and provide confidence in updated values is undertaken.
Okay.
That's a helpful statement.
What about Dr. Bowers? Does he agree?
Yes, so also in his documents he produced, so we could go to his precognition.
Yep, let's do that.
Okay, section 13.
Section page 21 I've got. So section 13, page 21, yeah.
There we go. Yes, so there's the whole section. Section 13 is on possible future work.
Mm-hmm.
It specifically refers to measurements of Q and the velocity V in the consultation zone, on the ongoing work by Xi Engineering, and the interpretation of the 0.336 nanometer threshold in relation to in terms of the wind conditions in the vicinity of the array and across the consultation zone.
Right, so in terms of where we are, there's a number of things in dispute, but so far as you're concerned, is it common ground that the parameters can be updated, and indeed if science shows that they should be, they should be?
Yes.
Okay. There have been changes since 2014 in relation to number of wind farms, so the number of turbines. So I just want to look at that for a moment. And your it's CD 14064. So that's the RSK report, April 22, background seismic noise at the on your array. And I think it's page 12, if we could go to that. Yep. So what can you tell us about the change or changes in relation to turbines and wind farms being constructed post 2014?
So if what we did in this course, we looked at the noise present at the array in the passband of 1.5 to 4.5 Hertz, so the one we've already discussed, and the relationship of that noise with wind speed. And we looked at that for a number of years. The first data set covers a year of data straddling 2014 and 2015. Another data set for 2019, which is plotted in yellow, and the data set which straddles 2021 to 2022, which is plotted in green. So this plot gives those regression lines, the lines drawn through the data set that we looked at for each one of those. And we've seen the plots already that these are derived from. So, they're slightly earlier in the document if we want to quickly refresh ourselves on those. Just the figure 6, 7, and 8 on pages 8 and
which you've already looked at, yeah. So that's
already looked at. So the algorithm predicts that for the wind turbines which have been constructed and commissioned during that time period, there's an expectation of the level of noise which they will have generated. So the algorithm effectively predicts the noise that should arrive from the array from those wind turbines. What this graph shows is the dashed line. You can see that a dashed green line there labelled as predicted noise 2021, and this is where the data should sit if the algorithm is perfectly accurate. But where the data actually sits is the delay. It can't be seen at the delay. And this is consistent with the precautionary concept and the accepted fact, I believe, that the algorithm is conservative. So my view is that the parameters currently used in the algorithm are almost all quite conservative, and so taken together, the algorithm is over-predicting the amount of vibration that will arrive at the array. So it's really reflecting what I believe is the common view, is that there's scope to define those parameters without bringing endangering the array operation.
So looking for common ground again, the factors can change, and if the science shows it, they should change. So those points of agreement, as you understand it, between you and the MOD. Okay. So just in terms of the conclusions then, in relation to the wind farms commissioned between April 2015 and March 2022, so they've all been built. Have they caused any measurable increase in seismic vibration at the array?
They haven't. No. So the vibration expected to be present at the array isn't detectably present.
All right. So that leads us to the last topic then, which is we've got that common ground. What are we going to? Well, what does the applicant say you do about that? And that takes us on to the scope of works, which is at the heart of the question for this reporter. And the overall topic is, well, does the scope of works, is that appropriate? Is it certain? Can that form the subject of the condition? Now, some of that's for legal submissions. We don't need to go there, but let's look at the bits that you can talk to. So let's start again with the value of MQ. We know from where you've taken us to that in terms of values of Q, then tell us about the range. Tell us about conservatism, which you think is built in there.
Yeah, so if we can refer here, I think, usefully to Professor Macbeth's inquiry report.
So let's do that. So that's Professor Macbeth's inquiry report. Yep.
So paragraph 3.4, which is on
page 4, I think it is. Yeah.
And in this section, Professor Macbeth summarises the work reported in the 1986-1987 papers that he co-authored. It's worth noting then at section 3.4. So do you want to just pause to?
Yes, absolutely.
To allow people to get to the document. It's
important. So 3.4, Professor Macbeth's inquiry report.
It's derived for Q. In the 1987 paper, range from 11 to 50. In the frequency range of interest, so the frequency range is here between 0.7 and 5.5. So, and for the top 400 meters, which is in terms of the work that Macbeth and Burton did, that's the shallowest they looked. We might wish to look with more resolution there, but we'll park that point. But for now, the point here is that that work identified a range of values for Q between 11 and 50, and the parameter that we've seen has been adopted is Q equals 50.
All right, so in the originating report, there's a range from 11 to 50. We know from page 86 of the Styles report that value was assumed to be 50, so at the top end. Okay, and are you aware of discussion that could deal with this through Professor Styles as to why that was chosen? But are you aware of whether that was done in isolation or was that done in discussion with anybody?
It's Professor Styles, I think, to discuss this, but it was work that he did in collaboration with AWE at the time, and those were, as we've seen, the parameters which were reported in his 2005 document.
Okay, so going all the way back to Professor Macbeth, you've got the most conservative value at 50 that's chosen. Is that still the case? Is 50 still being used?
50 is still being used in the algorithm.
Okay. Lower values of Q and in terms of their relationship to shallower depth, so the upper part of the Earth, why is that relevant?
So the nature of rocks varies with depth, and the shallower you are, the more has probably happened to that rock, which would make it less good at allowing waves to propagate through. So in the very shallowest part of the ground, you've got soil, and then you've got perhaps weathered rock. You've got rock that lots has happened to, lots of erosion has happened to. So they're messy and they're not very strong, they're not very together, and so they don't propagate seismic waves as well as rocks which you would typically find at greater depths, which are more coherent, they're stronger, they propagate seismic waves much more efficiently. So, of course, there's variation, but in typical terms, the shallower you look, the messier the rock is, and the less good it is at propagating seismic waves.
Okay, so in terms of depth, where would you find waves of concern to the array which are generated by wind turbines? Where are you looking?
So you are looking in the top few hundred meters at most. It's useful to remember back to the description of how a radio wave works. So it's constrained near the surface, and so all the action's happening at the top, and the deeper you go, the less it's interacting with the ground. So the depth that it interacts with depends on the wavelength of the radio wave. So longer wavelengths, radio waves interact with more of the ground to a deeper extent. So now there's a direct relationship between wavelength and frequency. That is to say, the lower the frequency of the seismic wave, the longer the wavelength.
Okay.
So low frequency waves sample more of the ground and are more likely to interact with geology at depth, and higher frequencies conversely then at the top. So if we imagine a waves of frequency of around 5 hertz, which is seen as a frequency of particular concern. If we've got a velocity, just by way of illustration, a velocity of 2 kilometers per second, that we've seen, then the wavelength of that radio wave will be 400 meters. Now, the way the waves work is that most of the action happens in the top third, more or less. So that wave is most sensitive to what the ground is doing in the top third of its wavelength, which is 130 meters or so. So for a wave going at that speed, at that frequency, it cares most, it interacts most, it's influenced most by the geology in that 130 meters. Okay. Just by way of illustration, lower frequencies look at deeper geology, and higher frequencies look at shallower.
Okay. Now, want to move to the Heriot Watt report. So we've got CD 14.008 and CD 14.009. And I just want to look at where the applicant says Q should be place. Clearly, we've got Professor Macbeth giving evidence later on, but just to introduce the Heriot Watt reports, how was Q derived in there?
So Q is derived in the Heriot Watt report. Let me just pick it up. Have it to hand.
So it's CD 14008. And 14009. So probably just look at 14009 order. Be to your left in the core documents hard copies if you haven't. About between 5 and 10 minutes. I was hoping to get to the end of that, if that's all right, Mark. Yeah.
So I know I've got a copy of it, but I wanted to go to that to that copy. Okay, let me find it on my computer. Do beg your pardon.
No, don't worry. As I say, there is a hard copy down to your right-hand side if you need it. So CD 14.009. Do you have that? I'm looking at the executive summary. As long as your binder doesn't break. Are you good?
The file doesn't collapse.
Yeah. So CD 14.09, the executive summary. So, I mean, there's a lot in that text, but the bit I'm particularly interested in is about 2/3 of the way through. Well, the introduction, seismic parameters of Q, quality factor, and V group velocity control the degree of attenuation in this report. These values are measured using explosive blasts as seismic sources, with seismic recordings covering an area up to 5 kilometres across 2 selected sites in the vicinity of Sanka and Estel Muir. Frequency range of the blast is sufficient to obtain reliable, that is, high signal-to-noise measurements that are also useful to characterise the more continuous and complex signals from the wind turbine, so typically in a frequency range 2 to 15 Hz. And then this, our conclusion is that the mean Q and V values are 10 and 270 meters per second respectively for a reference frequency of 4 Hz. So you've got a report there deriving Q, a value of Q equaling 10 for 2 sites from a number of measurements. In terms of the directness of measurements, is there anything else that does the same, or purports to do the same thing?
No, so we don't have any other data that directly measures Q and V in the consultation zone in the way that it should be measured in the way that these experiments are set up.
Obviously, Professor Macbeth can talk to those. In terms of a value of Q, when you look at the algorithm, if you back work, is there a threshold above which the reporter should be concerned? In other words, there's 50 at the top, but are there any other staging posts of note in terms of maximums that you say would be permissible?
There are, of course, there's a number of interacting parameters. If we just take Q on its own, and I have plotted a graph which is in my inquiry report in Appendix A on page 23.
Yep.
And the vertical axis here is the displacement of vibrations arriving at the array from the cumulative effects of all of the proposals in the planning queue, which are illustrated in the table just preceding this graph.
Yep.
And so holding everything else the same, but just varying Q, we can look at what the impact of varying Q has on the outcome. And you can see that there's a dashed red line there, which relates to the 0.336 nanometer threshold.
Yep.
And that crosses the blue line, our horizontal axis, is the different values of Q looked at, and the value of 27 is that crossover point. The value is higher than 27, all other parameters being held static, would represent a problem, a cumulative displacement greater than 0.336, and values of Q below that point would be within the budget.
Okay. In terms of the Heriot-Watt study, then there are two of the data from two events. Do you just want to explain to the reporter about those and any concerns that you might have?
So the way, do you mean in terms of the experimental setup?
Yes.
And how that works? So
yeah.
the way you measure Q is to effectively try and directly measure that reduction in amplitude with distance. So near the surface, and you've got a series of sensors in a straight line away from that source, and you see the wave that rides the first one, and then the second one, and the third one, and so on. And it will, you would expect, get smaller each time as it gets further away. And as we've already discussed, there's two factors. One is the geometric spreading, which is mathematically fairly straightforward to remove, and then therefore everything else should be related to how good the rock is at propagating standard rates. So it's then from the amplitudes where you sort of looked past this geometric spreading factor that you can directly measure Q. And it's an effective Q, which effectively, because it's a measurement, it captures everything that's happened to that wave. So all the ways that the wave might lose energy, it captures. You don't care how it's doing it, you just measure with it. And so these are the only experiments which actually measure Q correctly in that way. Accident, which happened in 1986, I believe, which the impact of that aircraft with the ground, which occurred relatively close to the array, caused ground vibrations, which the array could then could then measure. And so we have data of the arrival of those seismic waves along the sensors in both our.
To ask you, even with caveats about the Jaguar crash as they may be, what do you say the relevance of the Heriot-Watt report is and the reliability of that in what it shows?
So in terms of what the Heriot-Watt report shows, these are the only measurements we have that are measured along sensors that are in a straight line. And I contrast that with the measurements for the made along the array for the Jaguar crash, because the sensors aren't in a straight line away from the source of the energy. And that potentially has some significant consequences. You wouldn't design an experiment to do that, and then accepting data that isn't ideally collected, you need to make certain assumptions, and so they need to be understood in terms of the context then of what we're trying to illustrate this a little bit in relation to the data from the Jaguar crash and also the data from one of the blasts used in the Heriot-Watt report in how that has arrived at the array. There's the AWE produced document by Bowers and Selby, and then another document by Selby and Bowers illustrate these measurements arriving at these waves arriving at the array, and they derive values of Q from that board. In one report, they determine that in their view, the value of Q of 50 and the 2 kilometers per second is consistent with what they see based on recent modeling.
Okay. So we'll come back to the detail of that through Professor Macbeth, but just questions as far as you're concerned is what does that tell the reporter about the value or the accuracy or not of the value of Q equaling 50?
So it can't be measured as 50 from the Jaguar crash data. I try and set out in straightforward terms why I've come to that conclusion in my supplementary inquiry report. It would be helpful to try and walk through that at this stage.
Well, a question it's taken. I do have 5 minutes more. It is 12:15. Whether you want to just take 5 minutes now, I then do have just 5 or 10 minutes left. Okay.
The plotted. Let's turn to the relevant engineering report from so in figure 4.
So where are we?
I beg your pardon. So this is in Selby and Bowers, which is the technical note produced by Castleweary, reference 1480. Yeah.
Okay.
So this illustrates the geometry of the experiment, figure 4 on page 14. What we can see is that so there's 2 events here. There's the yellow circle, which is the Jaguar crash. You can see its proximity to the array southwest, with the explosion there. But the direction from that explosion source to various points on the array, and also from the Jaguar crash to various points on the array, don't lie in a straight line. And the reason that's a problem is you don't know in these experiments exactly what's happened at the source. All you know is what's happened at each one of the sensors. And when the energy arrives at the first sensor it comes to, that's the first time you see it at all. And it effectively defines the reference point for subsequent measurement. And so when you take the measurement from the next sensor, what you're effectively measuring is what's happened to that wave between the first sensor and the second one. But you can't do that if it didn't go past the first sensor before arriving at the second. You're going to get a wave that perhaps has been generated differently by the source, it's travelling a different path. You may not be able to make that assumption, but the wave that you've seen in the first sensor, when the sensors are in a straight line, then they are. If we look at the consequences of this is in figure 2 in my supplementary information.
Yep, I think that's back to page 4.
Which is page 4. So I take the data which has been produced about these wave, the travel direction from the source to where it arrives at a sensor, and whether that sits on a straight line or not.
Mm-hmm. So that, I think, takes us very neatly to the very last topic in your evidence, and that is the scope of works, say, Professor Tockwell. So let's turn to that. Just a couple of introductory questions. What part did you have to play in formulating the suggested scope of works?
So this is a document put together by myself, Professor Stiles, and Professor Miller.
Okay. What's the overall purpose? What are you trying to do?
So overall, the purpose is to parameters derived can be used in the algorithm in a way that continues to protect the array.
Okay.
And the hope was to directly address some of the topics that we picked up on, but also to address the feedback from the MOD on the Haylet Watch report in the measurements of Q and V.
So just to open the scope of work, section 1, these are proposed. Why is that?
So as I've described, to measure Q and V, Q being the technically more difficult one, you need to be collecting data with a straight line. But we also want to derive a value of Q that is representative for the consultation zone and have some confidence that a single value chosen, because the algorithm requires one value, that value can be applied with confidence to the algorithm, and there isn't something that would lead us to have concerns in doing that. So there's 4 arms proposed, 4 azimuths, if you like, 4 directions from along which to collect the data, mirroring what Haylet Watch report has covered, but with a larger number of sensors and a larger number of shot points.
If you turn over the page to 1.1.5, you can see that you've got multiple sensors and then shot locations. So 10 sensors, and then if you look at the legend, blast location, that's marked with an X.
Yes.
So 10 sensors, and 5 shot locations. Okay. And is that a single shot, or would you have repeat shots?
So you'd have repeat shots at each one of those locations, perhaps shots of different size, but you would take make multiple shots so that you had were reliable and repeatable.
Right, get lots of data, and we'll come on to how that might be processed with Professor Macbeth. But just from your perspective, get lots of data. What's that for?
Simply the more data you have, the more confident you can be in the results which that data provides for you. One of the criticisms made of the Haylet Watch report was the scope of it, so how many data points were in there. So whilst those measurements are perfectly reliable, the intent here is to, without question, have sufficient data points that any concern over any one individual data point will be of no consequence, because many other measurements will have been made, and we can look past any anomalous results.
Okay. So in terms of you get a data set, and in terms of delivering then the sort of, or the amount of data that's required and the degree of confidence that when the processing is done that there will be in the updated value of Q, in your view, what is that?
So this will provide a value of Q along each one of these alignments proposed, including one which intersects the four-side development in the direction of the array, and it provides that coverage and also the detail in terms of the number of data points that would greatly increase the number of data points from which Q can be derived compared with where we are at the present time.
So the allegation comes back, not enough, not going to make any difference, so on and so forth. What's your evidence in relation to the degree of confidence that that data set from the scope of works would give you?
So, of course, we can't preempt what the data will show, but the expectation in terms of the experimental design is that it will provide a very robust data set in which Q can be confidently arrived at along each one of those alignments, and our understanding of any variation in Q along each alignment, were there to be any, would also be understood.
Okay, last couple of points. Passband. So we have that apple with apples points you recall earlier on, or the like for like as you called it. Tell us about that in relation to frequency.
Yeah, so that comparing apples with apples, making sure that the calculation for the source term relates to the noise that we're comparing it with using the same frequency range is the point there, and so therefore to adjust the parameters in the algorithm and see the consequences of doing that by making that faster.
Okay. In terms of consistency as well, then wind speed. So we've already looked at this in the early document. So the background noise, the 0.336 nanometers, associated with a wind speed of 6 meters per second. And just remind us, the algorithm uses a wind speed of what?
The algorithm uses a wind speed of 12 meters per second.
So is that like for like, apples with apples?
No, because the background noise is noise related to a wind speed of 6 meters per second.
Okay, so how does the scope of works address that?
So the scope of works address that by looking again at the detail of the relationship between background noise and wind speed to corroborate or otherwise the choice of 12 meters per second or 6 meters per second for understanding what the background noise is, and then ensuring that either the background noise used in defining the threshold is consistent with the wind speed used both for the source term and that definition of the background noise, a single value. So we would seek to derive that again with the confidence that the number chosen does not present a danger to the array in terms of compromising its capability.
Okay. And then in terms of the output then from the scope of works, what's the expectation? What's the hope that will be thrown out at the other end of the system?
So the hope, the expectation at the end of the work done from the scope of works is the proposal for any changes, if any, are warranted based on the outcome of the work for the parameters which feed into the algorithm, and then to work those through the algorithm to understand the consequences of them in terms of the prediction of vibration levels at the array from wind turbines.
So you use the 12 meters per second wind speed, that's the parameter in the algorithm. You're then able to determine a noise threshold. What does that mean then in terms of the protection for the array and wind turbine facilitation?
So I guess there's two options. There's two ways to look at this. We either say that the wind speed that we're interested in is 12 meters per second, and then we adjust the background noise threshold. We adjust then the wind speed which is used in the algorithm for predicting the amplitude of vibrations in the source term to be consistent with the wind speed that's used. So you would take, in simple terms, take 12 meters per second and change the background noise to match that. Or you keep the background noise as it is and you change the 12 meters per second.
What's the preferred approach?
To 6. Well, the preferred approach would be to keep the noise threshold as it is, and to understand properly what wind speed that relates to in terms of a value that can be competently used in the algorithm. That, to my mind, seems the most straightforward approach.
Okay, last question. So criticism is not enough, not going to make any difference, imprecise, and other such language, which we'll pick up with Mr. Egan and Dr.
The work will, the values that it produces will be whatever they produce, but in terms of the likelihood of them being material in our understanding of the Foresight proposal, it's very clearly there. The only measurements of Q that we have have been measured in the correct way in the consultation zone, but it's well within the range that would be relevant. The changes in wind speed, if implemented, would also make a substantial difference to the vibration levels predicted by the algorithm. Professor Stiles will pick up on the discussions around the utilisation factor, but changing that fraction from what it currently is, which is 100%, to what it was originally proposed to be, or some other number, also would materially change the vibration levels predicted by the array. So many of these taken either individually or in combination mean that there's every likelihood, without presupposing the outcome, that the proposed development wouldn't impact on the array. But in any case, we would be the wiser for doing the work.
Opportunity, if you think I've missed something that you have a burning desire to tell the reporter, now's your chance.
I can't think of anything.
So, just at the short answer, the right answer. Good, thank you very much. That is evidence in chief. I hope that's been helpful.
Great, thank you very much. I think we will stop now for a lunch break. Back from lunch, I think they are, from what I can see. Okay, if we could just resume proceedings. Professor Tutwell, I'm going to invite Ms. Crawford, she was to cross the exam.
Thank you, Madam Reporter, and good afternoon, Professor Tuckwell. Hopefully not too many questions, but one or two nonetheless. I may have picked you up wrongly in your evidence in chief when you were discussing the CTBT, Conventional Test Ban Treaty, and your discussion about the IMS, the International Monitoring System, and the fact it was comprised of both primary and auxiliary stations. And you may have suggested that auxiliary stations were of less importance than primary stations. Was that your position? Is that your position?
I don't think I did make a comment on that.
Yeah. So we're agreed that auxiliary stations in the context of the IMS are just as important as primary stations.
They're classed differently, they operate differently. It's not it's not an area I can provide an expert opinion on.
Okay, doke. I'll move on then. And again, maybe not an area you can comment on, but is it your understanding that the IMS has been very effective and efficient at detecting nuclear test explosions around the world by various states, both rogue and what might be considered acceptable states in the international order?
Again, it's not specifically my area of expertise.
All right. Fair enough. Moving on, if I may, then to the array, would you agree that that is regarded as an unrivaled resource for forensic seismology?
I can't comment on that specific characterization, but I would certainly share what I think is a common view of its importance.
Right, thank you. And it operates in what seismologists would describe as a quiet environment.
Relative to other options in the UK, yes, I believe that's the case.
And for the purposes of this inquiry, at least, the background seismic noise has been measured at the figure of 0.336 nanometers.
Yes, that's the figure we've seen.
And is it your understanding that that measurement was based on a collection of data over a 1 month period?
I'd have to refer specifically to the document. It's not data I processed, but it's referred to in the email from Dr. Bowers to Professor Stiles. And
are you aware that the data which was collected from memory, you may recollect that that was in February 2004, are you aware that the calculation of the background seismic noise at 0.336 nanometers was looked at again in 2013 by Dr. Bowers?
I see the graph and the data presented for a different data set in the 2013 report.
Yeah. And is your understanding that at that time some 7 months of data were looked at?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Madam Reporter, I don't think we need to turn up the report, but for your notes it's CD 14.012, and the 7 months of data which I've just referred to can be seen in figurative form at figure 7, page 22. And that 0.336 nanometer figure, as you've described, is the baseline or threshold in which the array operated, at least as at 2005, and indeed subsequently in 2013, and has been able, with that baseline of noise, seismic noise, has been able to record hundreds of wave signals associated with nuclear test explosions around the world.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And the reason why it is thought that it might be ill-advised to exceed noise at the array is that that might compromise the ability to detect nuclear explosions around the world.
Yes.
Wherever those may be conducted and whatever their size.
Those refer to the terms of the treaty. It's a more complicated question in terms of the detection threshold of the array.
Okay. So far as the treaty is concerned, it's designed to detect nuclear test explosions around the world, wherever they're conducted, and indeed whatever their size.
I think that statement is a little bit too broad. The treaty refers to all nuclear test explosions. I can't comment on the design of the array or the IMS in respect to a particular detection threshold.
Okay. And as you've very helpfully explained this morning, wind turbines create seismic noise through this process of seismic ground vibration.
Yes.
Would you agree with the proposition that the closer a wind turbine is to the array, the greater its impact on the detection capabilities of the array from seismic ground vibration?
All things being equal, yes. If the only difference is the distance, then the closer it is, the greater impact it has.
Have you had a chance to look at a XI report from July 2020 when they came to a conclusion, and I can give you the reference in a moment, it's CD 14.038, but they came to the conclusion that a single turbine at 10 kilometres has the same impact on the array as around 7,000 turbines at 50 kilometres.
Do you want to point me to the...
Yeah, it's CD 14 number 38038, and the particular page number where you'll see that statement is at page 24.
This is a PowerPoint type presentation.
Yes, a PowerPoint, right? Exactly. Yeah. So.
Can you point me to the page again?
Page 24, I think you'll find it. At least is on my PDF. It may be different.
Unhelpfully unnumbered.
Right. It was about halfway through then, and it's on a.
It's a turbine population.
It's on a
scenario,
slide. It's on a slide headed dependence on location.
Okay.
If that helps you.
Is this the correct page?
Correct, yes. And I think the reporter has it as well, yeah. And they're obviously trying to illustrate, as I understand it, this question of dependence on location. And there are 5 bullet points. And perhaps you could indicate if you agree or disagree with each, actually. So the general proposition, the impact of wind turbines is extremely dependent on distance from EKA, that being the array. Would you agree?
Depending on the meaning of the word extremely, but yes, as we've already discussed, the impact varies with distance.
Okay. Second bullet point, the impact of a turbine at 10 kilometres is 80 times higher than at 50 kilometres.
So can't comment on that specific calculation because I haven't done it myself.
Fair enough. A single turbine at 10 kilometres has the same impact of 7,000 turbines at 50 kilometres. And again, would that be dependent on you looking at the calculations?
It would.
And the final bullet point I think we can look at, they apparently indicate that would have implications for the exclusion zone. As we know, the exclusion zone is currently 10 kilometres.
So I guess it depends how they arrive at those implications and in relation to what other factors. So I apologise, I can't.
No, that's fair enough.
I can't specifically comment. But.
And from what you've said, have you looked at this presentation before or not?
I haven't looked at this presentation. No. I think I've seen a report that has got similar figures and a similar sort of analysis, but I have not looked at it in detail to familiarise myself with the detail of calculations.
Fair enough. Well, I don't think much is to be gained by asking you to look at the calculations on the hoof, as it were, this afternoon, but the general proposition you agree with.
The general proposition that the closer the source of vibration is to the receiver of the vibration, the larger the vibrations will be. Yes.
Thank you for that. And putting that into the context of the false side application, we know that the turbines vary from about 10.10 kilometres to 15.83 kilometres from what's described as the location point of the array. Yeah.
I believe those numbers are correct. Again, I don't have anything.
Yeah. In general, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
And I think I'm correct in saying that you may not be able to comment that the closest turbine at Fallside is 3.93 kilometres from R10, Red 10.
Again, I don't have that specific number, but
Sounds about right.
I have no reason to disagree.
Okay. No. And are you aware that Mr. Bowers, in his supplementary precognition, has sought to calculate the predicted seismic ground vibration NMS amplitude at Red 10 from the proposed development using the current algorithm?
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah. Again, I don't think I need to turn it up, but Madam Reporter, for your reference, it's paragraph 4.4 of Dr. Bowers' supplementary precognition, and there he calculates that at 1.9.27 nanometers. Yeah.
I could turn to it to verify that, but yes, that sounds right. Excuse me.
You've not carried out a similar calculation?
I have not.
No. And would you agree that the prediction, and we've had a very interesting discussion this morning, would you agree that a prediction of seismic ground vibration from wind turbines is subject to a number of uncertainties having regard to the current understanding of the science of forensic seismology?
Yes, there's a number of uncertainties. I guess we can try and be more specific.
Well, science is... No.
It is never, yeah, there's always some uncertainty in science.
There is, despite the word science, there is often an art in the science as well. Judgments have to be taken.
Judgments have to be taken. Yes.
Professional judgments, of course.
Yeah,
proper
yes,
judgments.
informed.
Yeah, informed. And we see, perhaps in forensic seismology and perhaps in other scientific disciplines, professional judgments being exercised on a regular basis. And the person exercising those judgments explains why it is that he or she has come to those judgments.
Yes.
And professionals can disagree on what judgments have been taken.
They can.
And often there isn't a right or wrong answer.
There may not be. Yeah.
But sometimes we see scientists arriving at a consensus view, albeit there may be some who disagree with that consensus view.
Yes.
Would it be fair to describe forensic seismology as a developing scientific discipline?
In common with many, if not all, scientific disciplines, yes.
Okay. Again, that carries on the same theme which I've just raised with you. There are uncertainties in this field, and those such as yourself, you learn every day.
Absolutely.
The algorithm which you've told us about this morning, that is at present the only means by which the Ministry of Defence, which is responsible for protecting the array, as you know, that is the only means for the Ministry of Defence to detect the seismic ground vibration from proposed wind farm developments, including that at Fallside.
I've no reason to disagree.
And the impact from those developments on the array, they use the algorithm which you've done.
Yes.
Yeah. And that provides a practical way to calculate the attenuation of seismic ground vibration from wind farms.
Yes.
And you've explained to us the parameters of that algorithm, and that was based on scientific understanding.
Yes.
And no doubt professional judgments, which we've seen as well in the underlying papers.
Yes.
And thus far, no other means has been proposed by which the Ministry of Defence could predict seismic ground vibration from wind farms within the consultation zone.
Not that I've seen. No.
And no such other methodology has been developed either.
Again, not that I've seen.
and no such methodology has been subject to peer review or other independent examination.
Okay, then. In the absence of knowing of another methodology.
Yeah. So again, we'd be in the realms of uncertainty if somebody was to go off and develop some other algorithm or methodology.
Yes, obviously subject to how well articulated that is.
Yeah. Turning to the current predictive algorithm, we know that the baseline is the 0.336 threshold you mentioned this morning. We also know that a professional judgment was taken in 2005 that could be doubled without an unacceptable compromise to the detection capabilities at the array.
Yes.
Do you know the basis upon which that doubling factor was arrived at? It may be for Professor Stiles rather than for yourself.
It would be for Professor Stiles, yes, I'm not directly aware.
Yeah. And any change in that denominator, whether it should be times 1, times 3, or times 0.5, would be a policy decision, because that would presumably increase or decrease that which could be detected at the array.
Again, I think it's a topic for Professor Stiles to comment on. I'm not sufficiently familiar with the process that was followed to arrive at the number.
That's very fair. You mentioned the utilisation factor this morning. Am I right in understanding that that phrase is used to describe when the budget would be met on average 20% of the time?
I'm not sure that's the exact wording. Again, Professor Stiles will pick up on the utilisation factor more. My understanding of it is that it's the fraction of wind farms that are operating at full capacity, no more than 80% of the time. I've got that the right way.
It's
or,
20,
no, yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Professor Stiles will pick this up and clarify.
Well, I think then I shall reserve my questions on utilisation factor for Professor Stiles. So that enables me then to move on to, if I may, propagation, which I think you have been talking a lot about. And that is, in this context, the function of Q and V, and it is the QV product, as I understand it, that controls the attenuation of Rayleigh surface waves.
That's correct.
Yeah. And we know the current tool uses the product QV of 100, made up by the simple, for me at least, mathematical equation of Q equals 50 times velocity equaling 2. Yeah. And just so that I understand my own mind, the aim of the propagation factor in the algorithm is to capture the attenuation and to provide a practical estimate of that, which is plugged into the tool. That's right. I say tool, I mean the algorithm, my shorthand. You took us to some of the basis for that, and we looked at this morning the Stiles report of 2005. And again, I don't think it's necessary to turn it up, but just for the reporter's notes, that's CD14 document 002 at page 86. That also referenced the Macbeth and Burton reports of 1986 and 1987, you'll recollect. The 1987 Macbeth and Burton report, and it may be best that I direct the questions to Professor Macbeth, but that latter report of 1987, as I understand it, showed Q as being between 11 and 50 in the range 0.7 to 5.5 hertz.
Yes.
The Stiles report at CD14 002, page 86, also referred to communications from Dr. Bowers, you'll recollect.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that's a reference to the Jaguar data, which Dr. Bowers reported to what is known as the Eskdale-Muir Working Group?
I don't know specifically what that personal communication referred to.
Right, okay. This inquiry also has before it, and I know Macbeth and Burton certainly reference this report, or I should call it PhD thesis. This inquiry has the PhD thesis of Mr. Evans. Have you read that?
I haven't. I have, but not in great detail, which may head off your next question. But let me try.
Okay. Again, for the notes, that's at CD 14.014, and it might be useful just to have that in front of us. It's a lengthy document, and you will understand far more of it.
014.
014, yes, than I ever could. It runs to over 400 pages. You'll be relieved to hear I'm not going to go through it line by line. Is it your understanding that Mr. Evans, in his doctoral thesis, was looking at some explosions in the Fife area, and then their impact on a number of receptors, including the array?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And do you understand that he managed to calculate, or we can see from his calculations, what he would calculate QV as being at the 1.15 hertz level, that being the highest frequency band that he looked at?
Is there a specific part
yes,
of the document
I would ask you
towards?
there's a number of appendices towards the end, and if I could direct you to Appendix C at page 328, where there are tabulated values. And I think you probably have to look at a number of the tables to do the maths. Yeah. Yep. Did I say?
Unfortunately, once we're in the
Because I don't
appendices,
think my document doesn't go that far, yeah.
Ah, right. That is not at all satisfactory. I did get this from. I'll take this off.
Yes, I dare say it looks like a complete document to me. What I'm looking at is, I have to say the TypeScript is very small, but I've got propagating dissipation of DHF Rayleighways in Scotland, Andrew Evans, 1981, and then the document runs through to an R21 at the back, which are the references. Well, it doesn't have page numbers on it, but the text itself, it's somewhat curious in its paragraphs, but I've got a chapter 6, and then it goes into a series of appendices which contain a lot of equations. It maybe I'm page 3.
Right. I'm actually in Appendix C, which is headed up dispersion and attenuation data. And that will be about 100 pages from the back, which doesn't really help us either.
I think I have it. Let's start from Appendix C.
Yeah.
Page labeled C1, and then there's a series of tables.
There are.
Pages following that.
And it might be useful just to alight on the Appendix C, C1, because it explains what those tables are about.
Right. I think I've got that. Mystery explained. It's because there are. I mean, I'll catch up with this later. Apparently, I've got 4 pages copied onto a single sheet of A4, so it's incredibly small. But
Okay.
I've got there. So Appendix C, that's headed dispersion and attenuation data. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, got it.
And does the report have that? Thank you. And we can see here what Mr. Evans is doing, tells us he's done. The 19 tables given here contain the phase and group slowness and attenuation data for separate geological provinces in Scotland. and these complement the figures in Chapter 4. And we can see that each of the 7 provenances is identified by a mnemonic, and EKA is the last of those, looking down the page. Now, scrolling down, again, one has to go backwards and forwards to the various mnemonics, but if I could ask you to, my pages are numbered C, no, they're not. The next page, as I say, I have it paginated as page 328, which is just before Appendix D.
The last page before Appendix
Yeah,
D.
it is. And we can look at the last table, as it were, which has QEKA determined from EKAE. You see that?
Yes.
And we can scroll our eyes along and see a frequency under the frequency head 1.5 and the 1 over Q figure. You see that?
This is the last table on that page.
Yeah,
is that right?
along line 4.
On line 4. So it's
sorry, along line 5. I'm not looking at the frequency of 1.1.
1.147.
Yeah, and 1 over Q at 0.02574.
Yep.
Yeah. And then what I think you've got to do, you've got to go back up to up 2 pages. Yeah, and the bottom table EKA determined from EKAE, and look at the same number 5.
So again, that same frequency, 1.14746.
Yeah.
Yeah. Group slowness of 0.38.
Yeah.
And then an error.
And I'm told that if you do the calculation, that at that frequency 1.15 hertz, the QV amounts to 102.
Okay, I won't redo the calculation.
You're prepared to accept?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Which would be broadly consistent with that contended for by Dr. Bowers and others.
It would, but I guess the comment I would make to understand these numbers is that they were measured in a different way, not in the way that you would choose to measure Q over the frequency range that is directly relevant for wind turbines in the consultation zone and their impact on the array. So it's a particular inversion method which I have not studied in detail that's giving a value of Q for a particular frequency and the way that it's arrived at that. Again, I haven't reviewed the detail, but I might speculate it has some of the similar characteristics to the Macbeth and Burton methodologies.
Yeah. Well,
again, I don't know without directly comparing them in the assumptions it makes in the broad scale of the geology. So I don't think it helps us any more than the Macbeth and Burton result does in terms of having a direct measurement of Q and V in the right way, in the right place.
But you would agree that it's not inconsistent, I might put it that way, with the QV product calculated by Dr. Bowers.
The number isn't inconsistent. Whether it's correct for our purposes is the question in my mind.
Well, for our purposes, of course, as I think you've agreed, it's to have a means by which one can predict the impact of seismic ground vibration from fall side on the array.
Yes.
Taking account, of course, as the MOD has to, of other wind farm developments in the area.
Yes.
We're not just looking at fall side in isolation. You'd agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. albeit this is an application for consent under the relevant statute for foresight.
That sounds like a policy.
Yeah, indeed.
Point.
Okay. If I might ask you one or two questions, first of all, about the AWE report, that being by Drs. Barr and Selby of 2022, and that's at CD core document 14046046.
High frequency surface wave propagation in the vicinity of.
Indeed, that's the one, thank you. You will understand the methodology employed here. Right.
Yes, I've read this document.
And as I understand matters, what the authors of this report were doing, and Dr. Bowers can speak to it in his evidence, was to use forward 1D modelling of the whole seismic wave field and to visually demonstrate the effect of a surface layer with a product of Q of 10 compared and contrasted with a product Q of 50.
Yes.
And to see, to try and work out the predicted motion due to propagation with either Q at 50 or Q at 10.
Correct.
And that's the methodology you're familiar with and understand.
I followed it in the document, yes.
Yeah. And in carrying out their demonstration, and in short, putting matters perhaps too shortly, and shortly concluded that the modelling was more consistent with Q being 50 rather than 10, and I know you disagree with that, but that was their conclusion.
That's the conclusion they reached, yes.
In coming to that conclusion, they looked at 3 data paths across the valley. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
They rejected one because, as they describe in the report, there were anomalous particle motion compared with other stations which indicated that there were strong non-1D effects.
So you're referring specifically to the signals arrived at from the temporary array, not the Estel-Muir array.
Indeed, sorry.
The arrays.
Station A.
Station C, B, and A, and they're commenting particularly on effects arrived at for Station A.
Yes. And you understand, you may disagree with them rejecting Station A, but you understand the basis for that.
Yes, I believe so.
And that would be an exercise of professional judgment.
It would, backed up by evidence and transparent demonstration.
Yeah. And they also rejected data from the explosions at Sanka.
They did.
And they did so because that was outside the consultation zone.
That was the reason they gave, yes.
Yeah. And if there is a need to measure the QV product at the array, that would be a reasonable professional judgment to arrive at, to reject data from out with the consultation zone.
I wouldn't agree with that, because if the data comes from an area of equivalence in terms of geological materials and the nature of the topography in the area, then the data would shed light on what the properties within the consultation zone would be, and that would be a reasonable judgment to reach.
The Sankor explosion occurred on the other side of the valley, if I might put it crudely, and the seismic waves would have to cross different geology before they arrived at the array.
There will be minor differences between the other. The Harriet Watt report, for example, concludes that the areas are similar, and it's that similarity that led to the judgment that the data was of use in our understanding of what Q and V are.
So again, is this an area of professional disagreement?
I believe it is that rejection of the Sankar data.
And no doubt yourselves and the authors of the Harriet Watt University report hold by their views and are entitled to those, as are Drs. Bowers and Selby. There is, and this may be best directed, actually not, you challenge this report, as I understand. I'm looking at your supplementary recognition, which summarises your criticisms of the 2022 Bowers and Selby report. And this is at paragraph 2.5.
So supplementary precognition.
Yes. Your supplementary precognition.
Yes.
Paragraph 2.5 under the heading Attenuation of Railways. You got that. There are four, maybe criticisms too strong. You say they add nothing to our understanding of Q&B. This is the 2022 report. First of all, dismiss selected data, and discuss that with you. And I'm suggesting to you that it's a professional judgment. Sure. Yeah. Second comment on your part is that they do not derive Q or V from the data or propose refined values. Just pausing there, the purpose of the 2022 report was to visually demonstrate the differences or otherwise in predicted motion, comparing contrasting propagation using either Q at 50 or Q at 10.
That's what it sought to do.
Yeah. So they weren't seeking to derive Q or V.
But therefore it didn't add to our understanding of Q and
V. Do not model the ground correctly, relying instead on a 1 kilometre thick elastic layer with no topography. This is a matter which I think Professor Macbeth also criticises the report. I take it you have no issue with the use of a 1D model.
The issue here is in seeking to match a waveform with another waveform, a model waveform with an actual waveform, is to capture in the model the things that are going to be relevant to making that match. So whilst I'm a big fan of modelling, but all models have their limitations. Now in the algorithm, there's effectively a 1D model is assumed, but in doing this detailed analysis of the arrival of waveforms at the array from a real event to my observation of the waveforms is that they didn't visually match particularly well, and my expectation is that a factor in that lack of a good match is the simplicity of the model used, not capturing some of the nuance and the detail of how waves actually propagate through the ground.
The 2022 report, as I understand it, that being the Bowers and Selby report, does give frequency-dependent values of Rayleigh waves and group speeds for the model which they have used.
For the model which they have used.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want, can you point me specifically to the
tables 4 and 5?
Just so I understand exactly the. So table 5 are the model parameters used, is that?
I may have got the reference wrong.
Table 4 is the parameters at selected frequencies, so the velocities used and the values of Q used in the models.
Yeah.
If I've read those table captions correctly. So these are the parameters plugged into the model used. I've read those tables correctly.
And these are the frequency values derived from the model. They're not dependent on the model.
I don't think they're derived from anywhere. They're inputs to the model. Is that
I'm
right?
told that's not correct.
Then I'm not sure I understand where they've been derived from, those frequency numbers. I thought they were the frequencies chosen and then the parameters associated with those frequencies.
If I could ask you to look at page 16 of this report. Sorry, it's not page 16, I've got there. Oh yes, page 16 at the bottom of the page, the last paragraph. And we can see what the authors have done there. So the data is derived from the model package.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand exactly what's been done. Let me read this paragraph.
Yeah, please do.
So they're using a particular method which is captured in a particular software package to calculate the wave field, and the Green's functions are a description of how that wave field works. To model effectively the waveforms that arrives at particular locations at different distances from this point source, which correspond to the array seismometers from the Jaguar aircraft crash site and from the explosion. They're using the structural model in table 3. So table 3 is the description of the model and its parameters, if I understand that. Taking a Q for S waves of 50 in the upper layer, and also Q of for S waves of 10 for that layer to calculate the synthetic seismograms. So
And then if you go back over the page, and you should have taken it to the start of this section, because it's section 5 indicating or setting out the structural model which they have used.
Yep.
And again, you may want to take a bit of time just to read that in.
So my beginning of section 5? So.
Yeah, section 5.1. I probably took this too quickly and it's my fault.
So they have a 3-layer model, the upper layer of which is 1 kilometre thick.
Matching that used by Macbeth and Burton.
That point, I would need to look at Macbeth and Burton to check, because I think the thinnest surface layer they used was 400 metres thick, but I'd need to check that point against that statement, which is closer to the wavelengths that we're interested in, as I described earlier on. So effectively a 1 kilometre thick layer would capture all of the bits of the wave that are doing anything for the frequencies that are of interest for us.
That's the point I was trying to get at.
And therefore then the lower layers don't materially impact on the results, I would expect. But again, I perhaps got all the detail to make that as a categoric statement.
Right. And as a point of detail, I'm told that Macbeth and Burton did both 1 kilometre and 400 metres, but
perhaps that's the case. That's fine.
I doubt much really turns on that. I think I can move on. I think we've done modelling, sufficient on modelling for my purposes. And the final bullet point, going back to your supplementary recognition at 2.5, and I think this is the same point, or similar point, you say they don't add to our understanding because they do not produce models which match the observed data, from which therefore no conclusions can be derived regarding the observed data. a short point I would ask you to consider is this is, again, a matter of professional judgment.
It is, but you could perhaps test that judgment by looking at the values of Q and V that are derived if you seek to measure them directly from the data, as opposed to taking this approach of matching modelled waveforms with the data, which is an approach I think is flawed for the reasons I set out.
Well, let's look at that. Having criticised using this modelling approach and comparing, contrasting Q at 50 with Q at 10, doctors, I should say, Bowers and Selby, then went out to carry out further analysis in their second report in 2023, CB 14.080. So they took on board your criticisms or comments and thought, maybe we should try another method to see if that satisfies people. And in that second report, 2023, as I understand it, they looked to measure pathways from sources of seismic ground vibration in the consultation zone to the array. That's what they sought to do, at least. They looked to measure pathways.
So what they you referred to the pathways perhaps in figure 4. Is that what's meant by pathways?
Yep.
Okay, so those are the straight line paths, hence the word pathway, that seismic energy would go from the source, be it the explosion, which is the star, or the Jaguar crash, which is the circle, to arrive at various sensors in the array. I would make the point that the values derived, though, refer to effectively the ground between the sensors along which the measurements are recorded. So if we take the perhaps simpler to look at example of the explosion data, which is the star, and its arrival along sensors C, B, and A, then the data relates to what's happened to the wave between C and A as it's measured on those sensors. We don't learn anything about what's happened between C and the source of the explosion. So if you apply that logic similarly, as you should, to the data related to the Jaguar crash, as we've discussed earlier on, and we can certainly look at in more detail, the data which provides any support for the derivation of the value of Q is the data that arrives along the red arm of the array. And so what we would take to be any values that we would derive from that, we would say relate to the ground between the first and the last sensor, not the ground between the source and the sensors.
Forgive me, Professor Tuckworth, it's my problem for asking such stupid questions. I was just trying to see if you understood the methodology, first of all, which they were employing.
Okay.
I will come on to your criticisms of that in a moment. There's a lot to unpack there, just to get some basics, first of all. You understand the methodology?
I do, and my apologies, I was trying to make a basic point about the difference between pathways and actually what the locations that the data relates to, but perhaps that's one to pick up later.
Yeah. And using that methodology as opposed to the 1D modelling, which they carried out in 2022, they calculated QV. Yeah. And that calculation was not dependent on a particular, was not dependent on a 4 Hertz frequency, which, as I understand it, the Heriot-Watt University calculation was dependent on a 4 Hertz frequency.
That's probably a question of detail for Professor Macbeth. I know the results were reported as taking 4 Hertz as a representative frequency.
All right. So that's what's reported, at least, whereas here we see a number of frequencies being reported across the...
Yes.
Yeah. And again, a methodology question, but I think this does impinge upon your criticisms of the calculations arrived at or their validity. The methodology was to apply least squares regression analysis to average the 42 propagation paths which they considered across the footprint of the array.
Yes, that's my understanding of what they did.
And again, just to try and break this down into bite-sized chunks, picking up some of the things you mentioned in that earlier explanation, they used the Jaguar crash data and some of the data from the explosions carried out on behalf of Heriot-Watt University. And the data recorded in the temporary seismometers employed in the Heriot-Watt University study. And the values which they calculated in the 1.5 to 4.5 Hertz band were consistent with QV being 100. Albeit I'm aware you disagree with.
I do disagree.
But that's.
But are you referring to a particular table of data? I imagine perhaps table 4, which shows UQs. Is that?
Yep.
Yes. So that's the outcome of their methodology and their calculations in terms of QV, UQ in this case.
Now, can I just try and understand, and again, a useful way into this maybe, or at least for me because it's written in relatively simple terms, your criticisms of the 2023 report, and this is in your supplementary recognition, starting this time at paragraph 2.9 and following.
Uh, 2.9
in your supplementary recognition. You have that?
Yep.
And here you're a bit more trenchant in your comments than you are in relation to 2022, because you say that their calculation is flawed in 2 fundamental ways and is demonstrably incorrect. So that's not just a matter of professional judgment here, you're saying this is wrong.
I think the methodology has flaws which are not a matter of professional judgment.
Okay. The first criticism is that you cannot, you say, combine amplitude data from different source events into one calculation because the sources will not create waves of exactly the same amplitude as each other. Can I suggest to you that the 2023 report did not do that, as explained in section 3.3 of that report. And this is where the science will let me down, and in particular equation 16 employed in that section.
So, in reading this, I don't understand how this overcomes that particular issue, that there's some complex maths here. So.
Well, I think that is the point, and as I understand it, the point is that they didn't combine the data, but use this equation so that the differentiation would be worked through. And helpfully pointed to the text below equation 16. and it says in the third line, the source amplitude term for each event and frequency.
Okay, so is there a derivation of what that source amplitude term?
I will have to. You'll have to bear with me a moment. Go. There are, I'm told, two source terms, I equals 1 and 2 in this equation, used across the 42 separate observations.
So I'm not sure I do follow. So is the source term derived from the measured data?
Yes.
And then that flows through as an adjustment to the amplitudes to equalise them.
And then if you go to figure 6, further on, I'm told that shows and it goes through 0 distance, 0 log amplitude for all the frequencies, and that's recorded in Appendix B at some length.
So Appendix B gives the
various
the regression analyses for alpha.
Yeah.
And it's the point that they all the lines go through 0.
Correct.
So, and I do hesitate because we're going through some quite
indeed
complex maths on the fly. But if I understand it, then the source amplitude terms are derived by effectively inversion of all of the amplitude data to calculate the amplitude characteristics of the source in each of the 2 cases, and that is then applied as a normalization factor, is it, to the data so that they can be plotted?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, and I obviously haven't been able to look through it in detail.
I'm not.
If that's the case, then that would address my first point. How well it has worked in practice depends, I guess, on the details of the methodology and whether that normalization is valid. And I can't comment.
Now, I'm just trying, in my hack-handed, non-technical way, to explain that the criticism you make here is not justified, and try to explain to you what it was that Dr. Bowers and Selby did.
Sure.
Okay. The second point in 2.9.2 is to this effect: Q should be determined from amplitude data taken from centers arranged in a straight line along a single azimuth from the source. Failing to do so makes a number of assumptions about the homogeneity of the source and of the ground, and introduces a great deal of uncertainty. And again, I think this is fairly complicated stuff here, but there are a number of points which I'd wish you to consider, if I may. The first, so far as straight line is concerned, yep. I think you pick this up again in paragraph 2.13 of your supplementary recognition, where you go on to discuss the second flaw at greater detail. There are, as I say, a number of points I wish to pick up with you here. First of all, we heard something this morning about the draft scope of works, and you took the reporter to the figure in paragraph 1.15 showing proposed blast locations. Again, that's reference CD 14.089. Which shows proposed blast within the line of sensors, as I understand the proposal. Yeah. That appears to imply that the blast source is symmetric, at least along the direction of the proposed line of sensors.
It means symmetric going forward and backwards. It doesn't imply that. No, you would make the calculations on the sensors in a straight line from the source. So if the source is in the middle of the line, that would give you two sets of data, one going, in this case, with propagation of the waves going northward, and the other one with propagation of the waves going south. So you wouldn't expect an equivalence, or you wouldn't need to assume an equivalence.
In practice for surface explosions, might it not be reasonable to I'm going to get my negatives mixed up. Let's rephrase the question. For surface explosions, the assumption of a homogeneous source may not be unreasonable, as the observed Rayleigh wave source radiation pattern varies smoothly with azimuth, usually having what might be described as peanut shape.
I might need to see a diagram that illustrates the peanut shape to understand the point.
I don't have one to show you. So
if you take an idealized situation of an explosion which is itself symmetrical in a piece of homogeneous ground that introduces no inhomogeneity, then you would expect something nice and simple, and if the geology is nice and simple, then you don't get the variation. The fact is that it's an assumption for all of that to be the case, and the risk is, if that assumption isn't valid, that taking Q along measurements that don't share the same azimuth runs the risk of incorporating systematic errors or random errors that are associated with that assumption not being valid.
Right. A number of other areas in relation to this linear point. We know that in the Bowers and Selby 2022 report on their modelling approach, they did examine the data from the Jaguar crash along Red 1 to Red 7, which was a near linear geometry.
Yes, but not linear. There's a range of 15 degrees across the azimuth.
Reminding ourselves of the location or proposed location, I should say, of Fawside, that's not directly linear to either of the arms at the array.
Do you mean the position of the Fawside
development? The turbines.
In relation to the orientation of the array?
Yeah.
No, the array isn't aligned, so that there's a line of sensors pointing towards the Fawside development. That's true.
Yeah. And of course, that applies across the whole consultation zone. We're not talking about linear geometry across the whole consultation zone.
Again, you mean in terms of the alignment of the array to point towards or otherwise a particular turbine?
Yeah. And again, we know that the MOD, the Ministry of Defence, is concerned with arriving at a prediction of the impact, and it has to take account of things such as that, rather than what might be a precise scientific analysis at a particular point from a particular explosion to the array.
Yes, they have to take account of wind farms everywhere, but I think we're conflating the points of the amplitude of waves that arrive at the array and what direction they come from, and the specific point of how to measure Q correctly, which requires sensors to be in a straight line to avoid the issues that we've discussed.
Well, again, you and I may well be talking at cross purposes here, because as you know, I represent the Ministry of Defence, which is concerned with protecting the array across the consultation zone, whereas you're looking, as I understand it perfectly properly, to arrive at a precise calculation of QV at this particular vicinity.
No, that's not the case. No? The proposed scope of work seeks to measure Q and V along a range of azimuths, not specific to the Foresight development.
Okay. So far as the R1 to R7 data from the Jaguar crash, in the 2022 report, section 5.2, these were filtered in the 2 to 6 Hertz passband, showing a QV at 96.
Sorry, we
were in the 2022 report, which did look at linear geometry, or you'd say not precisely linear, but the R1 to R7 data from the Jaguar crash.
This is the Bowers and Selby.
Yeah, sorry. CD.
One, we're using the model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
14.046.
That's the one matching the model.
Yeah.
So yes, they took data along the red arm of the array. But the outcome was that I think as we've discussed, they model two scenarios in the way that we've discussed the model works.
Yeah, okay.
One at 50 and one
So
at 10.
Yeah, we're going back to the similar discussion. Okay, I'll move on. You, as I understand it, having looked at the 2023 Bowers and Selby report, then took their figure 6 figures and sought to, and you do this in your supplementary recognition, sought to digitize those for only the R1 to R7 points, not.
No, that's not the case. I took all of figure 6.
Well, okay, let's just look at R1 and R7, because I think that those are the ones you're particularly interested in when you look at C, is that right?
Those are the ones relevant to C.
Yeah.
It's not to say that actually the points made are made by looking at all of the sections of that figure.
But if we're looking at something relatively close to a linear geometry, it would be box or graph C that we'd be looking at.
And D.
And D.
And I said there's still a difference between nearly linear and actually linear. Yeah. And that is an important distinction.
And if we look at the tabular form rather than the digitized form, just looking at the R1 to R7 points.
Tabular in which?
I'm sorry, I'll get you the table in the 2023. Oh, sorry, this is in the supplementary table which was lodged with the inquiry. And I don't know if you've seen the tables which Dr. Selby produced. Yes, that's it. And table 2 gives us the QV
So these are derived from linear regression just between R1 and R7 sensors on the red arm for the Jaguar crash data.
And putting matters hopefully relatively shortly, simply, we can see from these tables, from the R1 to R7, alone from the Jaguar crash data, that between 1.5 and 3.5 Hertz and 5 and 6 Hertz, the results are similar and consistent with QV being 100.
So on this table, QV is 100 or above 90 between. I stressed on this table, and I'd like to look at the detail behind the table. This is table 2.
Yeah.
So the value for quoted at 1.5 Hertz, for example, is 99.01 is QV.
Yeah.
And then at 4 Hertz, that goes to 63.
Yeah.
And at higher frequencies, it tends to it's in the 50s.
All right.
From then on, I think in understanding perhaps the difficulty of deriving Q from the Jaguar crash data along the red arm in the way that's been done here, it would be useful to refer, if we can, to the plots that I made of the data from table 1, which were also submitted relatively recently.
I'm happy to do that. I'm not sure if actually these have been given numbers, either your tables or...
I'm not aware of a number if it has been given us, but does everyone have it?
And are you dealing with the first note, taking the amplitude values in table 1 of the note?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. So my table 1 there is the upper half of it with the sensor references R1 to R7. Is data taken directly from table 1 in Dr. Bauer's note. So that should be the same numbers. Now, as we've discussed, in order to measure Q, ideally in a row of sensors along a straight line, that you see the amplitude at the first sensor, and the way it carries on to the second one, and the amplitude will be we would expect less, and so on and so on. And if the only thing that's going on is something you can describe by Q in terms of attenuation, then on these graphs, which sit later on in from page 3 onwards in my note, then the points would lie on the straight line, and that straight line, the slope of which would give you alpha, which then gives you Q as exactly as Dr. Bowers has described and I've reproduced in my tables.
So you're in agreement there.
So if it's difficult to draw a straight line through that data, then that suggests that the data isn't giving you a measure of Q in any reliable way. And so I would point you, for example, for the first plot, which is for the data in the table for 1.5 Hertz. I point this out particularly for 2 reasons. One, if you look at the plot, if there wasn't a regression line through there, I don't think in anyone's professional judgment he would seek to do so. The other point to make is the calculation then that I made gave for that data set and putting regression through it a Q of 121 and a product QV of 285, which didn't match with Dr. Bauer's values in his note. In toying with the data a little, it appears that the data for the sensor R7 is excluded from that regression, which would remove that first point at around 3 kilometres in the graph, which I suggest doesn't particularly improve to any great extent the ability to reliably put a straight line through that data to derive Q. But if you do that, at least then the numbers do agree. And I would propose that there are similar difficulties with the scatter of the data for all of the lower frequencies. The ones you highlight as most closely given QV to be 100 in Dr. Barrett's table 2. Actually, if you look at the scatter of the data in those, it is quite challenging to draw a straight line through and be happy that Q is being arrived at as being the thing that data is telling you about, until you get to those higher frequencies of 4 Hertz, 4.5, and so on. But given the difficulty in the data set in the lower frequencies, in my view, this I think highlights the fact that we should treat derivation of Q from this data set as problematic and to be treated with some caution for the reasons that I have set out. One of which being the fact that the sensors don't lie in a straight line, and of course also that would be, we would expect, exacerbated by the fact that the source of the Jaguar impact would not be a simple explosion. It might well be quite asymmetric.
Right. A lot to unpack there, Professor Tuckwell. Again, the problem was mine by not asking you specific directed questions. But you'll understand why tables 1 and 2 were initially compiled by Drs. Bowers and Selby was to address, or go some way to address, the criticism about linear geometry. It has not been proposed for the avoidance of doubt that one should, in looking at Q, restrict oneself to Jaguar crash data. I think we're agreed that one should use as much data as is available, which includes the Jaguar crash data.
But in looking at the data, understanding what the limitations of each data set are.
And we know that in the 2023 Bowers and Selby report, they looked at 42, I've described them as pass data sets.
They look at the arrival of data through 42 separate, arriving 42 separate ways at 20 different sensors.
And I think we can agree that it doesn't really assist anybody to take selective data. And the purpose of the Bowers and Selby table 1 and 2 was simply to demonstrate something, but they don't rely on tables 1 and 2 to say that they are confident that QV, I should say, is at or around 100. Do you understand that?
I understand the assertion. There's no narrative around the table, so it's difficult to know exactly what was intended. There's a point there around selection of data, which does go to the azimuth question, which you haven't asked me a question about it, so I don't want to answer one you haven't asked. But,
probably wise not to. I'm sure if Mr. Hardy thinks it needs to be asked, he will do so. But there is a point I'd like to ask you about around, with 2 points in relation to your response to tables 1 and 2. And the first is this question, you've already alluded to it, that of scatter. And this is around the frequency band 1.5 to 3.5 Hertz. In deriving a predictive tool, model, algorithm, call it what you will, do those who produce that scientific model not have to understand the scatter across the relevant areas? You can't just ignore that scatter occurs.
Scatter in what parameter?
Well, across the frequency range which we are interested in.
So, I'm not sure I understand the word, your meaning of the word scatter. So, do you mean?
Well, I'm picking you up. Sorry, the problem is mine. You're not understanding your table. But you tell us that the graphs associated with each frequency are plotted below. They show that the data for the lower frequencies, 1.5 to 3.5, show considerable scatter.
Yes,
and my point is, as a scientist, do you not have to understand the scatter and what effect that has in the ability, or otherwise, to predict or calculate, I should say, Q?
Yes, you do, and I think what you would derive from this is that this isn't data to easily arrive at a value of Q for in these lower frequencies.
Okay. And another thing, staying on that narrative which I just read out from your most recent note, you say that the data from 4 Hz upwards presents a better linear fit. Now, so far as what might be of concern to the Ministry of Defence in protecting the array is concerned, they wish there to be a broad frequency bandwidth, as we know, and the reason that they suggest that that's appropriate is because it is the lower frequencies which they're interested in, as well as for the 4 Hz figure. And in that regard, could I ask you to look at Dr. Barr's inquiry report 14077. We'll get to it before I will.
I've got to report, but I don't know which one.
Yeah. And it's figure 1, please, on page 4. And this looks as well, we can read the text ourselves. Predicted SGB power spectral density at the array from a single typical turbine in the fossil development, the shaded area indicating a 1.5 to 4.5 Hz passband, cumulative area under the curve of frequency. And we can see that a large amount, and it is a majority of the power, is at less than the 4 Hz band.
Agreed.
Yeah. So we have to, we can't just focus on 4 Hz and above.
No, and I wasn't seeking to do that.
Misunderstood you then. My fault. Okay. Now. As I understand it, you're suggesting to the reporter, when making her recommendations to the ministers, that it may be possible to change the values of Q and V.
Yes, and use different values in the algorithm. Yes.
Are you suggesting that one takes the existing algorithm and simply changes the parameters of Q and V, but keep every other parameter as is?
So there is a nuance in that Q and V also are related to the source term.
Yeah.
And this is something which has been explored by both myself and Dr. Bowers in the documents we've submitted.
Yeah, we've seen that in the meeting you had.
And I believe it was also covered by this.
In other words, one can't simply, whatever changes you suggest should be made to Q and V, plug those into the algorithm. One would have, there's a physics-based approach, as I understand it, taken to the source terms, and they would require to be revised if one's also going to revise Q and V.
To be precise in the outcome, yes. The point that we made in our exchanges is that in changing the Q and V to, or changing Q to 10, for example, which is a bigger change than 50, the change to the source term is relatively modest, and so is not particularly consequential in the outcome.
Well, can I suggest to you that Dr. Bowers thinks that if you change Q to 10, and he tells us this in his precognition, paragraph 12.11, the source terms require to be increased by 3 to take into account normalization.
I understood his calculation to come out with a change of around 14%. if I can remember. And perhaps you could point me also to the specific point around the factor of 3 increase.
Yep, it was in his recognition, paragraph 12.11. %300 larger, factor 3.
That appears to relate specifically to the structural resonance component. The number I was thinking of is the one in the next paragraph, 12.12, which concludes that the source term is the second to last sentence. Source term for Q, if Q is taken as 10 and V is taken as 2.27, should be 14% larger than in the algorithm.
Well, no doubt there could be lots of interesting discussions about the changes which would require to be made, but there would require to be changes. And the point I'm asking you to consider, because you sought to plot, excuse me, a graph in your appendix to your report, saying that the reporter can be confident that a Q, I should say, of 27 is fine. But that's simply plugging in your revised values without taking account of any revisions which might have to be made to the source terms.
That's true for that graph.
Yeah.
It doesn't make changes to the source term. It does as it's set. So.
I mean, no doubt you presented it for perfectly valid illustrative purposes, but one can't really place much reliance on that if one is changing the values of Q and V without knowing what, if any, changes should be made to the source terms.
And I'm just looking at the scope of works in relation to Q and V.
Yeah, no.
I think there might be something here, if I recall. It might not be in this document. So in the scope of works, then paragraph 3.2.5, it is included in the proposed scope of work that the extent to which revised values of Q and V affect the source term, which has a weaker dependence on these parameters compared with the propagation term, will be evaluated. And based on this evaluation, the need for recalculation of the source term will be determined. So,
I'll come back to the scope of works, but thank you for pointing that out to me. But
so it's I take your point about the graph that you particularly pointed at, but it's not a point that we've ignored or dismissed.
Okay. Dear. Sorry, I'm just thinking whether I should ask you questions about. Yeah, there's just a minor point. Question of wind speed. Now, I think you and Dr. Bowers have been in some discussion through your respective recognitions and reports. And Dr. Bowers takes the view that 10.1 meters per second is close to the reference wind speed of 12 meters per second used in the algorithm. And if we do the relevant ratio square rooting calculations, 10.1 over 12, what we work out with is that the predicted, that would be, the reduction is 8.3%, which is quite close. And one's looking at.
So if I've understood that calculation, I think to probably find it again. Is that in the supplemental?
I think it is.
Supplementary precognition. Okay. Paragraph 3.3.
I'm obliged to.
So the key number here is 0.77.
Yep.
That's the 23% reduction in the amplitude ratio. So that's the 23% reduction in amplitude.
It's a small point, but looking at that, it's not unreasonable for Dr. Bowers to consider 10.1 meters per second is close to the reference wind speed.
I guess it's a matter of judgment. It's 23% different
Well, if it amounts to an 8.3% reduction.
In two ratios, but actually the change in amplitude, which is the important value here, is 23% less. That's that 0.77 number. If I've understood Dr. Bowers' calculation, did the same calculation in a note again that was circulated relatively recently to address this point, and the implications then for my conclusion.
Thank you for that. I think I will, looking very briefly to the scope of works, just to understand what your evidence to this inquiry is. Does it amount to this, that you're suggesting to the reporter that in order to predict the seismic ground vibration from pawside, rather than use the existing algorithm, that the scientists should go away and carry out these experiments and then report the results of those, and then indicate whether or not the algorithm was still fit for purpose or not, and if not, to develop some other alternative algorithm?
No, that isn't the intention. The intention is to better understand the true values of the parameters that feed into the algorithm. These are parameters which we've discussed at length already. And if there's justification if the data and the results of that work suggest that, that different values for those parameters can be used, that they should be used.
And this is again an area of uncertainty, and as you very properly say, in your supplementary recognition, the results will say what they say. You can't predict them.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Could you just turn the microphone off, please? Thank you. Ms. Crawford, thank you. Just looking at the time, it's 3:10. I don't have any questions for you, Professor Tutwell, but I will look at Mr. Hardy now. Do you have any follow-up questions, re-examination for your witness?
So I do. I don't know whether you want to take a break. I might be able to shorten notes, but
how long do you think you'll take? Conscious the witness has been on for a wee while now.
Well, I'll keep them short. Also, I'm cognizant of getting Professor Macbeth. It might be. Should we take 5 minutes now,
okay.
And I'll come back in.
Okay, 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 15:15. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to come back now? Mr. Hardy.
Yes, good. Well, useful 5 minutes. It's got 45 minutes down to 2 questions. I'm going to be quick, Professor Tutwell. And these go to the scope of works. So if you could take that up, CD 14089. And 2 questions. There are 2 occasions on which questions were put to you on the basis that your evidence and what the applicant is seeking to do is to find a single value in relation to foresight. And you say, well, that's actually not right. So I want to just look at section 3, the algorithm reconciliations, and we can pick this up in 3.25, 3.26, 3.27, and then indeed the recalculation at 3.31 through to 3.3.3. So is this just to find a single value for foresight, or is it to look across the consultation zone?
So the purpose is to arrive at values for the key parameters, the ones we've discussed, to plug into the algorithm. The algorithm applies to the whole consultation zone.
You've had meetings and you've attended those, and the MOD has had this the scope of works, and it's had all the evidence. To what extent or not were you surprised to hear that explanation or that understanding of what we were trying to do?
It doesn't chime with what we had sought to set out. I don't know the origin of the misunderstanding.
All right. So the second point is in relation to the source term. You recall there were some questions, and you went to 3.2.5, but in fact then didn't, or weren't given the opportunity to go back to that. So let's just look at that. So the extent to which the source term or any revisions to the source term would need to be taken into account. So 3.2.5, 3.2.6, 3.2.7. So just explain, to what extent is that point, or was that point taken into account in the scope of works and will be dealt with?
Yeah, so it will be dealt with. The implications of any parameter change will be worked through the algorithm and understood. That's the intention, and that's what we sought to capture in the wording of those sections. I'm so conscious I have a page in my printout missing. Well,
all right.
So
do you have the right? Do you have the right page?
So
it's important. 3.2.
I've got 3.2.5, which I was pleased to find earlier on, but I've got the next page missing, so I need to pick up.
Do you have 3.2.6 and 3.2.7?
I do not. So let me pick that out. You remind me the document number again, please.
That's just
this one.
Got a clean copy if you haven't got it. Yes. I've got it.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't realise that your section was missing. So I'm going to ask those questions again, because it seems to be pretty important. So you now have 3.2.5, 3.2.6, 3.2.7, and then the next section, 3.3, which runs 3.3.1 to 3.3.3, yeah? It's over the page. Okay, so 3.2.7, can you just read that out? Starts the revised algorithm.
Yes, so the revised algorithm will take into account any revisions to the source term approved by the MOD following the Phase 4 study undertaken by Xi Engineering, which is currently with the MOD for consideration.
Right, so going back to that question, you were asked about whether or not revisions to the source term were taken into account. Where would those revisions come from? How would that be dealt with in pursuant to the scope of work?
To the extent the source term is revised by the work undertaken by Xi, we assume that would be, I guess, plugged in as a result of the outcome of their work. Where a revision is suggested to be needed because the values of Q and or V have varied considerably from the ones currently used of 50 and 2, then the implications would need to be worked through. And exactly how that is done will depend, of course, of what is found in relation to those parameters.
Okay, and then just in terms of 3.3, so if you now have that, this goes back, it's a point you covered, but without you having the document in front of you. This is the universalization point, so it goes back to the foresight or whether or not we're actually seeking to do something different. So 3.3.1, Could you just read that?
Yeah, recalculation of noise budget table parameters for each wind farm, either operating consented or in scoping stroke planning, shall thereafter be input in their current order into the revised algorithm as amended in section 3.2 above.
You, 3.3, could you read that?
3.3.3?
Yep.
It shall be determined whether the Fallside wind farm and any subsequent projects on the waiting list can be accommodated without breaching the Eskdale-Muir noise budget.
To what extent do you think that's clear or unclear about the ambit of what the applicant is seeking to do?
My reading of that and the intent in drafting it was that it would apply to the full planning queue as represented by that table of all operating consented and in scoping and planning developments. Yeah, so it's clear to me that this is intended to apply to the full planning queue as represented by that table of the queue that we've seen in other documents.
Thank you very much. That's all I want to ask Professor Tutwill by way of re-examination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tutwill. Excuse me. My words there. That's you finished for today. Thank you. Right. So we're sitting at just come up to 3:30. I think we can kick off with the next witness, yes, which is Professor Macbeth. Okay. Just going to get the
take a couple of minutes for you to
get organised.
Get your papers. Yeah. Good. Are you set, Professor Macbeth?
Yes, thanks.
Good. Right. There's a list of documents which I circulated at the outset, which we may need to go to some of those. And the principal documents that I want you to have are the inquiry-related documents. So they are your report, your precognition, your supplementary precognition, the Heriot Watt report, and then the academic papers, which so the Macbeth and Burton papers, the 86 and 87 papers. Those are the things we're going to concentrate on, and then finally the scope of works. Yeah. So just to give you some orientation, to introduce you to the inquiry, and I am taking this introduction from your inquiry report, your Colin Macbeth, currently Professor of Geophysical Monitoring at the Institute of Geoengineering at Heriot Watt University, BA, MA, Mathematical Physics from the University of Oxford, PhD in Geophysics from the University of Edinburgh, published over 350 journal papers and conference publications in the general areas of seismic reservoir characterization, and you've won the Konrad Schlumberger Award from the European Association of Geoscientists and Engineers for contributions to geoscience and engineering, member of the European Association of Exploration Geophysics, the EAGE, the Society of Exploration Geophysicists, the SEG, and the Society of Petroleum Engineers, the SPE, and finally the Royal Scottish Society of Arts, the SSRA, of which you are a fellow. What you tell us is that by way of introduction, you're the applicant's witness at the seismological inquiry session in respect of matters associated with values for the Q factor, quality factor Q, and the group velocity factor V in the region of the Eskdale-Muir seismic array. Is that all True and correct.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I want to start, if I may, I want to give you just the opportunity, given your specialism, to explain to the reporter about Q and V. What are they in your language?
Well, the Q and V, for the purposes of this inquiry, are related to a specific type of seismic wave called a Rayleigh wave. Q and V together form part of the attenuation of this wave. In other words, the reduction in amplitude of energy as a function of distance.
Your interest started early in your academic career, and I want to move to the papers that are before the inquiry. So we have the Macbeth and Burton paper, and we can find that at CD 14.025, and then we have the Macbeth and Snyder paper, which is CD 14.026. We have those. Do you have those?
So I have the 86 and 87 papers, but not the Snyder paper.
Well, that's at CD 14.026 in the core documents. If we don't need that necessarily, but it's before the reporter, right?
Sure.
So we've got your.
But
paper.
I can tell you about it if you want.
Yeah, from 86 and 87. Okay, so tell us in your own words, what were you the origins of your paper? In relation, so with Paul Burton, the origins of the paper, what was found, what were you relying on?
Okay, well, these papers are actually papers written from my PhD thesis, which was in 1983. This was a PhD thesis that followed on from Andrew Evans, 1981.
We'll come back to that. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And it continued that work on a different data set with slightly different methodologies. The 1986 paper refers specifically to V, and the 87 refers to Q. So two separate papers on the two separate parameters that we're interested in for this inquiry. And it was a fairly well-founded data set, a large number of sensors. We made use of a previous experiment that had taken place in the UK the year before, and had a massive number of sensors. So we're able to sort of utilize that, and also an array, local array associated with the British Geological Survey. And together that data set formed a sort of fairly comprehensive collection of traces that allowed us to back out fairly accurate Q and Vs.
Thank you. So tell us about the corpus of academic work which had gone before, and in particular you heard questions that were put to Professor Tuckwell about PhD from Evans. So tell us about that and how that fitted into the matrix. Yeah,
well, so both Andrew Evans and myself were supervised by Paul Burton, so that's the common link between those two pieces of work. Mm-hmm. So Andrew carried out a study on a separate but similar data set with another methodology for calculating Q. So what our supervisor was interested in doing was exploring different methodologies for measuring Q. So Evans, 1981, performed one method, if you like, on his data set, and then I performed another method on my data set. However, when you look at the results within the bounds of uncertainty, our results are both fairly similar.
Okay, so just explain that, because it was put in a question that to Professor Tuckwell, albeit that I think Professor will say, look, I've not seen those figures, a much higher figure. So tell us how you can arrive at the view that the figures that are similar, or the values are similar. Yeah,
well, normally when you're doing science, you will use a methodology that will back out a range of numbers. You will not come out with a specific number, and certainly not when you're measuring something like Q, which is a very difficult parameter to get hold of. So you will use some kind of inversion methodology, measurement methodology, that will back out a plus or minus to your chosen number. And that means that the plus and minus are equally plausible, and you can even assign certain probabilities to that range as well. And what I guess what I'm saying is that the ranges for both of our work were overlapping, and in scientific terms, that means that we were very roughly finding the same thing.
So I think the way the questions were put was, well, look, we've got a PhD reader here who comes out with a value that's significantly higher. That seems to fit in with what the MOD is saying, and therefore that's a consistency point. What do you say to that?
Well, it's a range, and that range, if we take it in terms of Q, was 11 to 50 for the work that I did.
Yeah.
And you could take 11, could take 50, but they're upper and lower ends of that uncertainty range.
Now, it'll be for Professor Stiles to explain to the reporter why values were taken for his report. But do you provide from your side? Do you know the reasons why the higher value is taken at 50? Is that a matter for you, or is it a matter for Professor Stiles?
I think it's perhaps a matter for him to answer.
Okay. So what we take from that, and of course we see the assumptions that Professor Stiles had used. That's on page 86. Those are the parameters in his report. We can perhaps leave that there. Right. I want to move things forward then to your work in the Heriot Watt reports, and if you could turn those up.
Okay.
So I want you just to explain, perhaps starting with the executive summary, what you were tasked with doing and what you found.
Okay, so on this occasion, the data set that was given to us was from some explosions, and the waves were measured along a line stepping away from those explosions. There were altogether about 5 different explosions, and so there were two data sets collected, one near Eskilmuir and the other one near Sangha. And the offsets involved were kilometers, and we were tasked with measuring Q and V for both of these data sets. And the method that we used, we chose, was a robust method, which is a very classical method that most people will use as a standard reference to measure Q, which is basically to look at the decay as a function of offset. And because the decay is exponential in nature, we have to take a logarithm, which is sort of undoing that exponential. It makes things very linear and easy to follow, so that when you plot the data points, all you have to do is fit a straight line, and you get the value of Q from that.
So we can see from the executive summary box at CD 14.09 was that the conclusion was that the mean Q and V values were 10 and 2270 meters per second respectively for a reference frequency of 4 hertz. We go on to say that those values lie at the lower end of previously published Q values from well-founded studies of surface wave propagation in Scotland, published in several scientific journal papers and other previously published reports of blast data. Whilst it's understood that results may be dependent on geographical region, as there may be some local variation in Scotland depending on the amount of topography and geological expression, we believe that the values determined in our report may be used as typical values for the lowlands of Scotland. So a couple of points there. You have a range. These are, you get values which you describe at 10 and 2270. You say that they're at the lower end of those ranges. So why is that? Why is the confidence there? Why do you not go, well, actually that is at the lower end and that's something of note?
No, because we're still working with bounds. We're still working with the uncertainties, and it may be at the lower end, but it's still within the range of plausibility. That's the point about having these upper and lower bounds. Numbers in between those bounds are plausible. So that's why we thought a 10 was okay.
Okay, in your, it doesn't matter really whether it's precognition or report, but let's perhaps turn up your precognition. So if you could turn to paragraph 1.14 of your precognition, where you turn to the Bowers and Selby report from 2022. So that's CD 14046. But I'm just interested in what you've got to say about it. And I want you to explain in your terms to the reporter what you think about their work and about their dismissal of the 2019 data in particular.
Could you give me that?
Yes, I can. So it's this is from your precognition.
Yes.
And it's paragraph 1.14 onwards.
And this is with reference to their
Bowers and Selby report from 2022. Yes.
Not 2022.
Well, we'll come on to that, but I'm interested in your 2022 to start with.
Yeah, and this is in relation to their analysis of their data set.
Yes, I'm interested in your observations on
well, you know, the point here is that Q is a very difficult physical parameter to measure. And actually, you've only got to look in the scientific literature to realize that it's there are millions and millions of papers on trying to get measurement Q right. And so it's very tricky. So what you have to do is make sure that you design an acquisition that gives you the best chance of success. And that acquisition is typically one which is along a straight line. And then that means that you're reducing one source of uncertainty, which is related to the source term. If you start trying to spread along or fan along a range of azimuths in your experimental design, then you can get yourself into trouble, because you're introducing an extra layer of uncertainty and error into your acquisition geometry. And so obviously looking at their data set, that was the first thing that caught my eye, is that it wasn't optimal for Q measurement. And so their errors should be higher. I think one of the other things about Q, why it's so difficult to measure, is that we pose, if you like, theoretical models which hope to capture most of the physics, and we use these models then to interpret and understand and back out those values for Q. And those models may, of course, not be right. So one of the unknown unknowns in this situation is the underlying model that you should be using. It's a big assumption whether you use a 1D model or whether you use a particular equation for that propagation. So that's a sort of added complication. So the unknown unknowns are quite big in Q measurement, but you can certainly increase your chances of success if you have nice densely spaced sensors, sources, and make sure that you measure along straight lines.
So one of the criticisms, going back to your document, so back to your precognition at 1.18, so 1.18, relates to the thickness of the layer used in the model. So can you just explain that? What you go on to say is that is unsuited to the problem in hand.
Yeah,
so
well,
why so?
Well, because the technique they were using, the second technique they used was based on waveform analysis, and the idea that you can model the waveform stepping out at different distances. You can look at that decay. You can relate that back to the observations, and the point is it really depends on how you set up your 1D model. If you decide on chunky layers, and quite big thick layers, especially near surface thick layer, then you can get quite high Q values. If you chose another model which broke down that chunky layer into a number of fine layers, you would find that when you tried to compare that to the observed data, that you would get much lower Q values in the surface. before you then got larger values further down. So the choice of model and layer thickness determines the values that you can back out.
So in 1987, when you were working with Paul Burton, how thick was the layer that you checked?
It was 400 meters.
Okay, as opposed to what that was used by Dr. Bowes.
Yeah, which was about, I think, a kilometre.
So in terms of being unsuited then to the problem at hand, just to put those two points together, why do you say that?
Well, because the Q of relevance really is in the upper few hundred meters of the surface, and and I think that's what we should be addressing. And this is all part of the error and uncertainty in this measurement. So if the way to back out the right Q value would be to split up that chunky layer more and more and more and subdivide it until the numbers stayed the same. Mm-hmm. And then that would give you the true Q value.
Mm-hmm. At 1.19 then of your precognition, let's deal with this point. You also note that applying a Q of 10 to the upper kilometre during modelling is also incorrect, and it's going to lead to an over-exaggeration. Why is that? Just explain why that is.
Well, to the upper, Q to the upper 10, Q of 10 to the upper kilometre won't work, because that's just simply inappropriate, because Q will generally increase with depth, and usually it's the upper couple of hundred meters that have these low Q values. Okay.
At 1.20 then of your work, you say that the 1D model carries a different set of assumptions from the empirical data-driven linear regression approach used by Macbeth and Macbeth et al. 2022. So can you just unpack that?
Yeah, well, so the regression method that we use works primarily on a simple straight line fit to a cluster of data points. The model-based approach calculates, using a 1D model, calculates the waveform, so the entire surface wave, and then tries to sort of fit that to the data. So these are different approaches to trying to measure Q. So entirely different methodologies. So a more sort of robust data-driven approach versus a more sort of model-based approach.
And in your 121, then, to provide, you say, a clearer understanding of the uncertainties from the model-driven approach of Bowes and Selby's, then you've got to do certain things. That includes refining the upper layers of the existing models described. So how
I mean, there's a couple of things. I mean, you need to refine the upper layers. That's the first thing. That would make big difference. The second thing you have to do is to bring the waveforms closer together to the observed data. That wasn't done. It was purely visual metrics that were used to compare the waveform data to the observed data. So you need to get the waveform data to fit exactly on top of the observed data, and also to replicate the body waves. And if you did that with a fine scale model, you get a better Q result. Okay.
In terms of data points, 1.22, and these are questions that were put to Professor Tuckwell about the exclusion or disregard for data from the station A.
Yeah.
And what you say is, well, look, that's it. That leaves 2 points with which to fit a straight line. You don't think that's robust, and instead you prefer to look at all the data points, but then you weight that in relation to confidence measures. So why is that? Why do you not just get rid of it?
Well, this is where some judgment is required. For the stations further away, you have problems in terms of signal to noise, and when this type of data, when the stations are very close to the source, you have problems of the overlapping P and S wave, as described earlier by Professor Tuckwell. The S wave in particular tends to overlap on top of the surface wave, making it unreliable. And the smaller the offset, the distance between source and receiver, then the more overlap you can have. And at that point, it's very difficult to take that surface wave into the analysis because it's being biased by another type of wave that propagates in an entirely different way. So the measurement is unreliable.
Okay. 124, then you take those points into account and you say what's happened is that there is an inadequate characterization of the propagation characteristics of the region. So,
yes.
So just can you unpack that, please?
Yeah, well, it's inadequate because if you take into account points with additional noise levels with additional propagative characteristics, then you end up biasing the technique, which will give you completely inappropriate Q value. And we should bear in mind here that uncertainty consists of two things. It consists of a scatter or deviation from your measurement, but it also consists of a bias. And it's the bias component that we have to consider with some of these, the overlapping body waves and surface waves.
Okay, so that's your criticism of what Dr. Bowers has done. Your own reports find that value of 10 and 2270. So where we then move to is the scope of works, which is proposed by the applicant. I want to understand, first of all, what role, if any, you've played in formulating that scope of works. Yeah,
well, so my input into the scope of works was in terms of the acquisition design, and there are a couple of things in that design that I was particularly keen on having, and one was to make sure that we measured Q in a straight line. So that was a really important point. But secondly, that we got as many ray paths along that straight line as possible, and we can do that by having a lot of sensors, a lot of sources. We can fire sources many times in the same location, maybe different charge weights. And we can also have reciprocal ray paths as well. So rays going in one direction and then rays going in the other direction, but exactly the same position. And that means you can then measure a Q along one line and then on the reverse line. And that will add to your certainty when you start to stack all those data points together. The main point in terms of the design for me was the fact that the data density was high, which would allow us to refine and improve and build upon the work that we've done previously.
The criticism that comes from the MOD is, well, look, this is all too little, it's all too uncertain, that it's not understandable, and it's not going to make any difference anyway. Words to that effect. You could see that in the various documents. So just to unpick that in terms of how intelligible it is to a scientist. So first of all, what the scope of works is trying to do. In your view, is it intelligible or not? Would a scientist understand what's being done?
I would think so. And if you've had several decades of experience in seismic methods, then you would be able to understand very clearly what was required and what was proposed. In that scope of work. So yes, I think that it would be very easy to understand.
Right. So criticism, then lack of clarity. So if the criticism is lack of clarity, do you agree with that or not?
I don't know.
In terms of the scale of effort, then, so what is being proposed?
Yes.
What's your view in relation to that? Is that going to be enough? Is that going to give enough data?
Yes, I do think so.
And the point that I was raising just in re-examination with Professor Tuckwell just before the break, the applicant is proposing a universal value for Qs. It's not just looking to find a value for foresight, which seems to be the way the questions were put. I just want to understand whether or not that's been that's your understanding, and that is what you see in the scope of works.
So could you say that again?
Yeah.
What do you mean by universal Q value?
Well, is this just an attempt to find a solution for foresight, or is the effort from the applicant something different?
Yeah, I mean, I think that scope of works could find a Q value that could benefit benefit that's beyond FOSAD, I think.
Okay. And we've seen the references in the scope of works as to what is proposed. There was a reference to a variation in the source term. You were seeing that was the question that I thought. What's your evidence on that in relation to how that would work and the outturn from the scope of works?
So, yeah, I'll probably have to rephrase that. What exactly do you mean in terms?
What I mean is, the way it was put was, look, it's not just Q and V that you've got to change. You can't just slot that into the algorithm. You've got to do other things. So what the scope of work says is, look, variations in the source term which will be produced by revisions from the XI work, the fourth package will be taken into account. Is that something you've looked at? If not, then you can leave that.
It isn't something I've looked at, but I would imagine that with good data density, I think the source term can be addressed.
In terms of time for looking at the data, so data density, I take it to be a term as long as you've got sufficient data. How long does it take to do? How do you physically do it?
How do you physically do it?
Yes.
So I am not the person who goes out and acquires that data. I would have to turn that question across.
Well, Professor Starr's going to deal
with
he's going to deal with the field work. I'm not expecting to see you out with a with a trenching tool.
Yeah, but that sort of data takes a long while, weeks and weeks to collect.
Well, roughly how long? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
About 4 weeks, maybe.
Okay. So a matter of weeks. Then what happens?
Yeah. Okay. What you collect the data, and then basically you analyze it.
Yeah. So roughly, given the expectation, given the scope of the work, the data density that you would be expecting to receive, can you give the reporter just an idea of how long, all things being equal, it would take to process that?
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, a lot depends on what we end up with in terms of a size of data set. But if all the methodologies were in place prior to receiving that data, then it would take maybe, I would say, a month or so to work through that data. I don't think it would take too long, but I think the key would actually be having the methodologies in place in advance of receiving the data.
Okay. Same point in terms of open question to you, Professor Macbeth. Is there anything else that you feel you want to give an explanation to the reporter? Is there anything else you want to give an evidence in chief? Otherwise, that's what I want to ask you.
No, I think I'm okay.
Good. Right. Well, that's evidence in chief. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crawford, you have some questions for the witness.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Professor Macbeth, good afternoon. So far as this area of science is concerned, and you'll recollect I asked Professor Tuckwell some similar questions, it's a complex area, isn't it?
No, this isn't complex relative to other science that I've done, no.
Well, it's complex to the layperson.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And while no doubt you and your professional scientific colleagues speak a similar language, those who are not familiar with Rayleigh waves and the complicated equations, some of which we've looked at, will be at a stretch to understand exactly what they are being told.
Sure.
And in considering whether or not, as a layperson, albeit an informed professional layperson, whether or not FOSAD, or indeed any other wind farm development in the consultation zone, could result in a degradation of the array, they won't be able to, they have to rely upon the scientists to inform them as to whether they can be satisfied about that question.
Yes.
And as I understand it as well, this is an evolving area of science, as all areas of science are. You mentioned unknown unknowns, I think, in the course of your examination in chief.
Yeah.
And that's perhaps not surprising.
Sure, but I can't comment on whether this is an evolving area of science.
Okay. You don't know what might be thrown up.
Perhaps.
All right. And you mentioned also in the course of your examination in chief that professional judgment often has to be exercised.
I think some degree of judgment has to be exercised. I mean, that it depends on the situation. For example, you have to make a choice about your basic assumptions. Do you choose this equation as the basis for your measurement? This model is your basis for your measurement. There are 4 or 5 choices, and therefore choices require judgment. And
yes.
So under that kind of context, yes, you have to make a judgment.
And let's look at those choices. One professional acting perfectly responsibly goes for choice A, and another professional in the same discipline acting equally responsible goes for choice B. And they could eventuate in different results being disclosed.
They could, but I think you also have to be aware of the arena in which they're making these choices and how they're reporting them. Now, normally what happens in science is that scientists will make these choices, whether it be the model or whether it be during the measurement. They will write them into a paper. That paper will then be thoroughly peer-reviewed by the scientific community, and criticisms laid. That then goes back, and the arguments are refined until we get to a level where it is published to the satisfaction of the scientific community, and that would be the normal procedure. So therefore, judgments which are rash or naive or whatever are sort of dispelled with, so that you're left with, a credible piece of science.
Indeed. And we get a flavour of that in this inquiry because yourself and those instructed on behalf of the applicants have come up with various papers and explained their methodology. And those instructed on behalf of the Ministry of Defence, who I represent, Drs. Bowers and Selby, have used slightly different approaches, maybe not entirely different when it comes to the modelling, but we can have an interesting academic discussion about that. Mm. And there is a level of disagreement between yourselves, which is not surprising in the scientific community.
Well, I wouldn't say disagreement, I would say mismatch. Which given the uncertainties, could constitute an overlap. So mismatch is a better use of word than disagreements. Most scientists don't generally do that.
And if you couldn't find a match there, or between your respective opinions, ultimately, well, as you say, one would hope there might be a process of peer review, and there would be a consensus view arrived at following that peer review.
Yeah, or just discussion between the scientists, or working together.
So far as what is suggested in the scope of works is concerned, we are nowhere near that process of knowing what may arrive from the reported methodology, and then what may arrive from the analysis of that of the data which is recovered, far less having that discussed amongst the scientific community.
I think the scope of works represents a very complete experiment that I think all sets of scientists would be able to agree on, and I think the results from that would be very convincing for all sides, actually. So I don't think it represents a problem at all. Yeah. In fact, it's the way of bringing everything together, really.
Are you proposing to publish either the scope of works or the findings from that scope of works?
That's not something that I've thought about. I think just concentrated on the design and bringing it together.
I mean, I clearly understand that this has been, I don't mean to be pejorative when I say this, it's admirable. This has been your life's work, this type of studying, these types of studies. At least when we look at the volume of papers you've produced. Maybe you've done other things as well.
Not in this subject, no.
No.
My life's work is somewhere else.
All right, okay.
No,
But you do like to publish.
Well, all scientists like to publish this, but publishing isn't just about producing volumes of papers. It's about getting feedback from the community to validate and discuss your ideas.
Yeah, of course. This scope of works which is being proposed isn't in that context of informing the scientific community. It's in the context, of course, of this planning application.
Yeah. Well, we were asked to do a particular piece of work, and yes, we did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the results from this scope of works which has been proposed may ultimately require to be addressed by what's described as a body known as a planning authority, who may or may not have the same degree of scientific expertise as you and your professional colleagues.
Sure.
And may not be quite as familiar with what you would describe as the well understood methodologies you adopt, far less what results from those might show. You would agree?
You wouldn't.
I'm asking you, would you agree that somebody without your scientific knowledge may have a difficulty in understanding both the scope of works and thereafter the analysis arising from the findings?
No, I don't necessarily agree. I described it to my wife last night, and she was quite happy. She understood it quite well.
All right. You say in your supplementary recognition, and I don't know if you've got that in front of you. Sorry, supplementary inquiry report. Beg your pardon. That's APP 14.083. Paragraph 2.2, if you have that.
Hope I'm looking at the right document.
I may have given the wrong reference. It's your supplemental inquiry report. Can't guarantee I gave you the right number.
I don't have it by number here.
I'm told that you may be able to find it in the hard bundles.
Right, let me see if I can find this. Well, let's see if we can find it here. 183. Yeah, that would be useful, actually. Just where modern technology comes from. Thank you. Oh, that's fantastic, yeah. In fact, that is the same as the document I opened.
Oh.
Yeah, how...
Serendipity.
Yeah. but this is better. This has got a 2.3. There's two 2.2s, and yeah. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm glad we're on literally the same page. So paragraph 2.2.
Yeah.
And towards the end, you tell us that this is the reason Q estimates are fraught with uncertainty and very difficult to pin down.
Yeah.
We stand by that statement.
Yeah. I think most scientists would. Yeah.
And then, and the last two lines, while uncertainties appear small when calculated from the experiment, it is the unknown unknowns, phrase which you used earlier, that can be very high and reduce confidence in the measurements.
That is true, actually, for most Q studies, of which there are many. So
we're, and I think you mentioned there have been millions of studies into this.
Well,
maybe you're exaggerating.
Maybe not millions, but quite a lot. That's for sure. Yeah. Not for Scotland, of course.
No.
Which is a big shame.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. So, Q's fraught with uncertainty, unknown unknowns. The Bowers and Selby report of 2022. You criticise that amongst other reasons for its use of the 1D layering and saying it was too deep and should have been shallower.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be aware of the purpose of that study, which was to visually demonstrate the effect of a surface layer of whatever depth of Q being at 10 versus Q being at 50.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the layer was too thick.
Well, do you say you just can't do that exercise at all?
No, you just have to make a thinner layer, stratify it, split it up, keep splitting it until the Q values stay the same.
So are you saying that what is visually demonstrated in that 2022 report by Drs. Bowers and Selby is of no value?
Oh, I didn't say that. No. Right, that's a completely different thing. No.
No.
All science has value.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting closer to the right result. They're just going to split their layer up, then they'll get the right result.
Yeah. Okay. And having criticised, sorry, just while I'm on that point, I'll stay on the modelling, if I may, for a moment. Should you give me a... You understand that the model which they constructed wasn't for the purposes of determining the optimal 1D structure for high frequency Rayleigh waves.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The thing that determines the attenuation is the specific attenuation of the Rayleigh wave.
Yeah.
But if you're using a model-based approach, you invert for your model, then you go back to your specific attenuation. You model back to that.
Yeah.
And that's it gives you a fairly robust answer, but that's if you're doing model-based rather than data-driven.
And then, of course, Drs. Bauer and Selby, while I'm not necessarily agreeing with you that they've got their modelling wrong, carried out further analysis using a different methodology in the 2023 report.
Yeah.
Yeah. Applying the least squares regression analysis.
Well, it's least squares regression analysis is a generic term, which is applied both to the method that they use, but also, by the way, is still the same as the classical method that I use in the report. So linear least squares regression is just a mechanism for fitting a line to a set of data points. But what's important in what they did is that they included additional parameter in their regression, which included the source term. Now, by including additional parameters, they might get a better understanding of that additional source term. They might perhaps fit the data slightly better because more parameters, you can fit data better, but you also amplify errors. And therefore, their uncertainties are getting bigger. And you also need to calibrate your source result in the end. So once you get your source result, you have to say, well, how credible is that? Let's try and match that against other information. Is that telling us the right answer? Because it could be that the source result is just producing an extra parameter to fit the data better, but is of no real significance to the problem.
But so far as the methodology which they apply is concerned, that is perfectly respectable methodology. You don't.
It's a very standard methodology in science, but people use it with the awareness that they are amplifying the errors and with the understanding that they will have to provide constraints from elsewhere to try to suppress that uncertainty. And that's a critical part of that work.
And they do account for uncertainties in the 2023 study.
They do, but you need, as I say, get that constraint.
And is this why you say or suggest to the reporter that we need to go off and get more studies? Have more studies?
No, I think
putting it another way, sorry, it's a bad question. As a scientist, are you looking to arrive at certainty rather than what one can assume with a reasonable degree of confidence demonstrates a reasonable level for Q? Are you wanting certainty?
I don't think you'll ever get certainty. What you'll get is a number with reduced uncertainty. And certainly as I see it, we've got a range of different experiments, different data sets, slightly different values. I think in order to build on this, to get numbers that are more robust with confidence, but confidence means reduced uncertainty. It doesn't mean you can ever get an exact number. That's impossible. But it would be good to get a bridge the gap, if you like, get some degree of commonality, and that would come through this scope of work, I think, which would be an ideal way of building on both experiments that have been done so far.
And just now, of course, the Ministry of Defence operates with a particular number. We know the number.
Which is the upper bound of that range between 10 and 50.
Yeah. Bear with me one moment. Right. Let me just check. Thank you very much, Professor Macbeth. I have no further questions. Sorry,
no further questions. Okay, right. Thank you very much. Yeah, you might have one.
Okay, thank you, Professor Macbeth. I don't have any questions, so I'll just ask the Tarty if he wants to come back on anything.
Well, just really one matter, and it goes to really those questions of certainty, because in response to questions about the scope of works, you gave two sets of answers. The first of those was it's going to be really, and this is a quote from what you said, really very convincing for all sides. And you said that the science was not a problem. And then in your second sequence of answers, you said that's an ideal way of building on both.
Yes.
And of course, in the executive summary, going back to CD 14009, you talk about reliability and a conclusion that can be a robust conclusion that can be used as a typical value for the lowlands of Scotland.
Yes.
So that's what you've written, and
yeah.
You've answered questions about certainty and uncertainties. So, what are you saying to the reporter, knowing all of that? Or doubts and removal of uncertainty. What are you saying to the reporter about confidence that you've got in the Heriot-Watt report and in the likely outturn from the scope of works that's been put forward by the applicant?
Well, and I'm still confident in the analysis that we did as part of the Heriot-Watt report. These numbers have an uncertainty range attached to them, of course. But what I'm saying is that we can build on that study, and if we increase the data density, that will that will bring down the uncertainty range more and more, and we should end up with robust and stable answers.
So, executive summary from the Heriot-Watt report, it's robust anyway. You get more data, and it's going to bring down uncertainty even further.
That's right.
That's all I need to ask you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's 4:15. I don't think it's probably worth starting with another witness today, as we're on track in terms of the timetables and quite pleased with progress today. So we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and I'll see you all then. Thank you.